Afternoon, councillors, all rise. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. We acknowledge this country and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as traditional custodians, their language, songs and dance. We pay respect to elders past, present and emerging. May we continue to peacefully walk together in respect and in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Huang, Councillor Adams and Councillor Marx will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that Councillors Adams, Huang and Marx be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We see you, Councillor Hammond, on the screen. I'll remember that you're there. Councillors, confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,679th meeting held on Tuesday 17th of May 2022 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,679th meeting of Council held on 17 May 2022 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we have a public participant here today, Mr Luke Terry, who's now being shown into the chamber, who will address the chamber on White Box Enterprises and hosting the Social Enterprise World Forum. Thank you, Mr Terry. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes once you're settled and your mic is turned on. Thank you. You've got 5 minutes.
Mr Chair, Lord Mayor and Councillors, thanks so much for having me here today. Just want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today and elders past, present and emerging. My name's Luke Terry. I'm the founder and CEO of an organisation called White Box Enterprises. We're only 3 years old and we take our name from the white box eucalyptus tree, and our job is to help nurture and grow the jobs-focused social enterprise sector in Australia. So I'm in deep love with jobs-focused social enterprises. This city has been a wonderful steward and stalwart of jobs-focused social enterprises in our great city and social enterprises more generally. And I acknowledge that you are a wonderful sponsor of the Social Enterprise World Forum that will be hosted in Brisbane this year. And I acknowledge all the wonderful work that you've done to support social enterprises. My background is I set up my first social enterprise 20 years ago in Sydney, got to spend 4 years doing this work in London, and then ended up in Toowoomba for 11 years before moving here 3 years ago. Up in Toowoomba, we built large-scale jobs-focused social enterprises with the Regional Council, where we run the boom gates of 15 waste transfer stations. We built a large project called Vanguard Laundry that that washes laundry and funds programs around mental illness, funded by the washing of dirty sheets, towels and pillowcases, and I could go on like that. And in 2019, just before COVID, I was invited to Brisbane to be able to, from the Queensland Mental Health Commission and Paul Ramsay Foundation, to get a team of people around us, many volunteers, people you would know, like Alex McDonald, who brought The Big Issue to Brisbane, and the Gardens Club project that many of you would know about. And what we've done is initially we set out to go and build 2 large-scale jobs-focused social enterprises in Brisbane that pay full award wages and employ 50 people. In Brisbane, we haven't had a lot of large-scale, in-depth social enterprises. We've got lots that employ 10 to 20 people, but how do we make it a real part of our business and economy? And how do we make it to a point where we can have community programs that fund themselves? They might get a little bit of grant to kick off, but how do we make real employment for those people in our community, especially in these times of labour shortage where we can make a really big and significant difference? So what we've done is we've built some large-scale jobs-focused social enterprises. We've built a pilot with the federal government that will launch in July, where our social enterprises in our great city will get paid for each job they create at 6, 12 and 18 months. We're building a bank for jobs-focused social enterprises, where social enterprises will be able to lend money at low interest patient capital, and we really want to get this sector moving. We've brought social enterprises to Brisbane like Jigsaw, that employ 100 young people with disability, ASSA, which presented here to the Chamber a couple of months ago, that now employs 80 and will have 200 staff by the end of the year, and many other projects. What we're really excited about is we're building hubs in this city. We've got the Mount Gravatt Jobs Hub that I'd love you all to see at Mount Gravatt. We're building the Brisbane Jobs Hub we're taking over a level of the 311 Ann Street, the Freemasons Lodge, which will open in October. And we're trying to build a number of spaces. We're currently in the Charter Hall building at 309 North Quay, the old Triple M station. And we're working to be able to have, how do we have every kid in this city that is from a disadvantaged background that wants to start a job and build a career has the opportunity to do that. And I think it's really something to be proud of in our city. As part of that work, in the closing minute, Mr. Chair, I think we're really excited to be able to host the Social Enterprise World Forum in this great city. We'll have 2,000 social entrepreneurs from across the world coming to Brisbane in this post-COVID environment at the Brisbane Convention Centre. We're really pleased to have Brisbane City Council support. We've got sponsors ranging from Westpac to Torrens University to Atlassian and Google. There's going to be some of the greatest foundations, and I note that the Lord Mayor has agreed to host an event for us, and we're very excited about that. The Premier will be hosting an event on Speaker's Lawn. It's going to be really big for our city, and our challenge at Whitebox, alongside our partners, like the Eunice Centre and Queensland Social Enterprise Council and Impact Boom, is to work alongside those groups to see how we can get those social entrepreneurs to stay in this city to really have the new layer of change. I close, Mr. Chair, with the note that in 2009, the last time the forum was held in Australia was in Melbourne, in Victoria, and it left a legacy there for many, many years. And we're meeting with councillors like Vicky Howard and others, and Krista, to sort of say, what's the legacy we're going to leave for this great city, like they have in places like Amsterdam and Scotland and Hong Kong. I know that I'm really looking forward to working with you to ensure how social enterprise can be part of a major scaffolding of the economy of this city. Thanks for everything.
Thanks very much. Great. We have a response from Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Terry, for taking your time to come and meet with us today. We certainly share your passion and commitment to support social enterprise here in Brisbane. The work that you do through through Whitebox to help social enterprises to grow and support hundreds of jobs for people that may not otherwise be able to find work is something that we admire and deserves our recognition here today. It's a win for Brisbane in business. It's a win for business in Brisbane, and it's a win for the community through the benefits that these enterprises bring to our community. These benefits are too good to ignore, and they make our city a vibrant and diverse place to live and work for everybody. The big motivation for setting up a social business is always passion for a social impact. We've seen many of them thrive right here in Brisbane for exactly that reason. We're a tight-knit community here in Brisbane, and the social benefits and enterprises produced are felt across every corner of our city. We're all about backing you on your mission to make a positive impact on the local economy and community. So we thank you for the work that you do on the ground to engage with government, industry and business to advocate for social enterprise and provide them with the tools to support those who need to grow and establish their businesses. We certainly value the close working relationship you have with our council and our councillors, and we are extremely pleased to be co-hosting the Social Enterprise World Forum at the end of this year. The last time, as you mentioned, they held this event was in Australia in 2009 in Melbourne, and we hope to work with you quite closely on establishing that great legacy. Since that time, Brisbane has really grown as a city, and we've seen this sector grow from strength to strength. The global event will bring together leaders in social enterprise, policymakers, community leaders, philanthropists, investors and academics to help progress the global transition to a new impact economy. Over the years, our council has run a number of programs that directly support the advancement of social enterprise community, whether that be through the accelerator programs we previously ran, which was able to help more than 51 social enterprises grow their business in Brisbane, and now the business coaching program, which provides one-on-one coaching with a specially matched mentor to assist established social enterprises to develop their business model and take their operations to the next level. Since establishing the Brisbane Business Hub in 2020, we have supported more than 7,500 businesses in Brisbane through workshops, skills development, as well as our mentoring program, which many have been taken up by social enterprises. And not too long after the opening of BBH, we opened the Brisbane Social Enterprise Hub, the city's first dedicated CBD office space, focused on jobs in social enterprise. It's a space where like-minded entrepreneurs are able to work alongside each other in a supportive and collaborative environment, because we know how important it is to have a strong community behind you to be successful. We've also secured specific procurement policies to support social enterprises and have set targets as part of this policy to ensure that at least $7 million of procurement is done with our social enterprises. It's extremely rewarding to be able to support these social enterprises, and we've seen many successful stories along the way. We all have a role to play to support social enterprise in Brisbane, and we look forward to...
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr Chairman. I draw your attention to 32AE, which indicates that the Lord Mayor or a civic chair may respond to a public speaker. So I'm just wondering why a backbencher is doing this in contravention of the meeting's local law.
Councillor Hutton is acting for the chair today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Point of order,
Point of
Mr
order,
Chairman. That might be a lovely notional concept, but she's not been appointed to any role as a civic chair, and the meeting's local law says that it's the Lord Mayor or civic chair. So I would just ask, Mr Chairman, that that rule be enforced and you make sure it is a civic chair or the Lord Mayor that responds.
I'll allow the respondent to complete her words. Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Mr Chair. We all have a role to play in supporting social enterprise in Brisbane, and we look forward to continuing to work with you to do more and unlock the fantastic potential that is out there. Thank you again for taking your time to come and meet with us here in the chamber, and we look forward to building that legacy piece post-social enterprise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Terry. There's a one-page summary I think you've left at the back of the room, so all councillors can pick up a copy as they wish. It's there at the back of the room. Thank you very much for coming in today. Yeah. Councillors, question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Adderman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, with the 2022 floods expecting to cost Council 3 times more than it did in 2011, you recently announced some tough decisions that needed to be made to fast-track the repair of roads, bridges, bikeways and parks. Can you please detail to the Chamber the Surrey Council's plan to rebuild and recover so we can get our city back on its feet?
Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Adderman, for the question. Well, one thing that's certain about Brisbane and about Queensland is that you do need to, wherever possible, budget for the unexpected. And time again, we have always tried to budget for unexpected things, and we do that by having a strong balanced budget with a modest surplus. And we've done that time and time again because we know that things do change throughout the year. Unexpected things can happen. And if you have a look at the history of this administration and its predecessors, unexpected things not only can happen but have happened. It started with the millennium drought in the mid-2000s, a drought that brought a significant financial hit to Brisbane City Council, and you'll remember at that time we had water entities within Brisbane City Council. We had a share in the dams, we had a share in the network of water and sewage for our city, and so there was a significant hit from that. We had the GFC, which impacted economic conditions right across the city. We have had multiple storm and flood events. Everyone remembers the gap storms. There have been a number of storms and minor floods like that that have happened even beyond the large floods that we've had. We obviously had the 2011 flood. We had a 2-year pandemic. Once again, a significant impact on the budget of all of these things. And then on top of the 2-year pandemic, we've now had the 2022 floods. And so last year, when I brought down this budget was a balanced budget with a modest surplus, as we always try to do. But I don't think anyone could predict that we would face, on top of a pandemic, a flood that would have a 3 times greater cost than the 2011 flood. I don't think anyone could predict that. And so in order to make sure we keep on track with the recovery and fund the things that we need to do right now, we have had to press pause on a number of projects or stop a number of projects. And we do this not because we are not committed to the things that those projects would deliver, but right now the priority must be on the recovery and the rebuilding of our city. And so, as we see in today's budget review, we've seen a number of changes that are coming through so that we can focus on the rebuilding process. Now, we don't have a situation where we can simply allow a business as usual approach to continue. If we did, we would be lucky to have all of the repair work done by the time the 2032 Olympics came around. That is not something I'm prepared to accept. Right now, we need to get this recovery done as quickly as possible. We need to support our community clubs and sporting clubs that have been impacted, and we know around half of our leased clubs have been impacted in some way by the flood. We need to rebuild our bikeways, we need to rebuild the damaged roads, we need to rebuild all of the council assets, the playgrounds and parks that have been damaged, and that needs to happen as soon as possible. And so I'm not prepared to accept a business as usual approach. And so by making the changes we're making today, we're prioritising the recovery. And that is an important step. It's an important step to do this, because in the end, situations like this require adjustments. They require changes. They require flexibility. And we have time and time again in our dealing with challenges demonstrated that flexibility. We've demonstrated the ability to take the hit, to make adjustments, and then to move on with Brisbane becoming stronger and stronger each time. And I have no doubt that we will see Brisbane bounce back stronger after this flood. And we did see Brisbane bounce back stronger after the 2011 flood as well. And the learnings from the 2011 flood went on to impact and positively benefit a range of things, whether it's the design of infrastructure that's been built since 2011, the design of buildings that have been built since 2011, a whole range of changes came out of it and Brisbane bounced back stronger. We will bounce back stronger after this, but right now the priority must be the rebuilding recovery process. And that means the priority must be finding at least $320 million so that we can focus on that process right now. That is the expected hit to the council's budget out of the total $660 million bill. We will continue to work with other levels of government when it comes to disaster funding, but we're getting on with it and by prioritising the recovery.
Expired. Further questions, Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the LNP Mayor. You have been refusing to answer questions from residents and reporters about potential rates rises in the upcoming budget. You followed the same pattern last year when you jacked up rates twice in a calendar year, only informing residents at the very last minute. The cost of living is going up and residents need as much warning as possible of a rates rise.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
A point of order to you, Councillor
Under the rules 33(6), the question must be asked succinctly and confined to one issue. Councillor Cassidy appears to be making a speech, and I'm seeking a ruling.
Councillor Wines, Councillor Cassidy was about 20 seconds into the question. I'll allow you to continue, Councillor Cassidy, but draw your attention to the rules under 33(6).
Yes, this question's about
succinct questions.
Yeah,
about making the question.
I believe I have 2 minutes to ask.
Yeah,
a question under the,
less than
under
2
that
minutes,
rule.
the rule says, but
yeah.
to ask, also answer,
so within,
to
so
ask
I'm 50,
succinctly. I have allowed you to continue.
So I've got 59 seconds left and I'm going to start again. My question is to the LNP Mayor. You have been refusing to answer questions from residents and reporters about a potential rates rise in your upcoming budget. You followed the same pattern last year when you jacked up rates twice in a calendar year, informing residents at the last minute.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
The cost of, how is that possible? This is a question. You get to answer it. If you've got enough gumption, you will anyway. The cost of living is going up and residents need as much warning as possible of a rates rise so they can prepare their own budgets. So we'll give you the opportunity right here and right now as a responsible leader and answer the question, Lord Mayor, just how big are you planning the rates hike to be in the upcoming council budget?
Lord Mayor.
We know that Councillor Cassidy, Mr Chair, does not understand the budget process or budgeting in general, or in fact finance and economics in general. We know he has no concept. The only question that Councillor Cassidy and his Labor colleagues ask is, how much are we going to put on the credit card this time? How much are we going to rack up this time? Now, the reality is, as we go into this budget process, and the budget has not been finalised yet. Today we're bringing the third budget review, but the budget which will come down and to be debated in June has not been finalised. So if Councillor Cassidy wants me to speculate on a piece of work that has not yet been finished, well, you know, he can do so. But what I can tell Councillor Cassidy at this point, Mr Chair, is that we will not see a return to Labor-like rate increases. We will not see the Labor rate increases of 6% on 3 or 4 different occasions that they brought in. And they were actually, I'll take that interjection. I'll take that interjection, Councillor Cumming. He asked, what was the inflation rate? Well, that might be a relevant question to ask right now. Right now, okay? So we know that inflation across the nation is a factor at the moment. We know that the national inflation rate is 5.1%, and we know that the Brisbane inflation rate is even higher than that. So, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Cumming, I'll take your interjection. Inflation is a factor because it relates to the cost of doing things. Not just the cost of building things, but the cost of providing services as well. And so, Councillor Cumming, you may talk about inflation, but I raise you natural disasters and pandemics because I don't remember Lord Mayor Jim Sawley having to deal with a pandemic and then a flood in one budget year. I don't remember that ever happening. But I can tell you, despite that, despite the fact that we have these significant challenges right now, I will not tolerate a situation where we see Labor increases of 6% in rates. That's what Labor delivered when they were in office. 6%, not just once, but 4 times. 4 times. And so I can commit to both Councillor Cassidy.
Silence, please, both sides.
I can commit to Councillor Cassidy that we will have lower rates than residents would have under a Labor administration. We will absolutely have lower rates, and we certainly won't see the type of 6% rate increases that Labor gave to the people of Brisbane, even in times when they didn't have a pandemic and a flood to deal with. They jacked up rates just for the sake of it. We have these major challenges, we have significant inflation, and we will continue to work hard to keep the budget strong and to respond to the challenges as they arise. And we're not going to be asking the question that Labor would, which is how much do we put on the credit card? What operating expenses can we put on the credit card? Our only borrowings that we do are for infrastructure and for hard assets. They're borrowings to build things. They're not borrowings to pay electricity bills or to pay staff or to pay ongoing daily expenses. That's what Labor does. And we don't do that. And we won't be doing that. But I can say the residents of Brisbane can rest assured we are working hard to make sure that we do not have a Labor type of rate increase here. We do not have those Labor 6% increases that they gifted the people of Brisbane when they were in office. And they like to hope that the people of Brisbane have forgotten those days. But we remember, because we know that whether it's in the 2000s or the 1990s, poor economic management and poor financial management has its impacts. And if these people are ever to get into administration again, we know that they will mismanage the budget. We know that they will run it down. And the people of Brisbane will pay the price for that. And so we will continue to do the right thing and the responsible thing. And I certainly hope that Labor councillors will help us keep rates down by supporting the budget changes which must come through. The budget changes which will keep downward pressure on rates.
Point of order to you, Councillor Mackay.
Do they get to ask the question and answer it? I can't hear the Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mackay, it's not a proper point of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I certainly hope...
Councillor Cassidy.
I certainly hope that Labor councillors will support the budget changes that are needed to keep rates down. Because if we just kept on spending as though nothing had happened, that
Lord
puts
Mayor, your
upward
time has
pressure on
expired.
rates.
Further questions? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Lord Mayor has just detailed the Surrey Council's plan to rebuild and recover by fast-tracking important projects and investing in our local community groups. Could you please update the Chamber on the Club Partnerships program announced today?
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Landers for the question and for her ongoing interest in our community and sporting groups across the city. Council recognises the important work community groups and sporting clubs do in helping to make Brisbane an inclusive, resilient, connected and healthy city, and we know that the need to support these organisations has never been greater. By supporting the community and sporting clubs across Brisbane that have been so deeply impacted by the 2022 severe weather event, Council is able to foster and assist these organisations in getting back on their feet, allowing them to continue to deliver their programs and their activities for the residents of Brisbane. Earlier this morning, Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner announced the 8 community organisations are set to be the initial recipients of funding under the Rebuild and Recover Club Partnerships program. Under this new program, Council will enter into funding agreements with selected community organisations to fund significant repair works all across Brisbane and to further support the community organisations in their recovery. These organisations will share in more than $550,000 to undertake a variety of repair works at their facilities, such as repairing playing surfaces, undertaking electrical works, irrigation and minor building repairs to support the delivery of their core activities. The key focus of these works is to enable community groups to get back to performing their core operational activities as soon as possible, such as playing sport, and in order to prevent further damage at their respective sites. I'll take this opportunity to list some of the organisations soon to receive funding support under this program. In Tigeham, the Sandgate Hawks are set to receive significant funding support to assist in repairing their fields' irrigation and water tanks, which I understand were significantly impacted by the severe weather event. In Kenmore, the Kenmore District Kindergarten and Preschool Association will receive more than $55,000 to help fund a roof replacement at Moggle Road. And in Graceville, the Western Districts Netball Association will receive funding to undertake significant repairs across their leased facility, including the replacement of court lighting and the resurfacing of 4 netball courts that were inundated and submerged as a result of the flooding that gripped our city. We know that this funding will really go a long way to assist the 2,500 members of the Western Districts Netball Association, allowing them to continue their netball season and reduce impact and interruption to all of the club members. The Rebuild and Recover Club Partnership program is just the latest support program designed to assist our community organisations across the city. And we know that these programs will go a long way in assisting our community organisations to keep delivering for their members and the wider Brisbane community. The Surrey Council's focus throughout this rebuild and recovery process has been to ensure that the community groups across Brisbane have the support to get back on their feet as quickly as possible, and it's through funding programs such as these that we are able to achieve exactly that. Helping our sporting and community groups immediately after the devastation caused by this year's severe weather event was the big priority for our Connected Communities team, with our community facility disaster relief payment program beginning to reach our community organisations in as little as 2 weeks after the flood. As of today, more than 250 community and sporting organisations have collectively received more than $1.25 million to assist in their flood recovery efforts, with this immediate $5,000 payment going a long way to assist with the turmoil associated with the flooding that gripped our city earlier this year. In addition, just last week, the Surrey Council also announced the establishment of the Rebuild and Recover Flood Resilient Communities program, designed to allow our community facilities tenants to build back better and develop greater flood resilience at their community leased sites. Using the principles established as a part of the Flood Resilient Homes program, this program aims to equip up to 100 community organisations with the resources and information they need to adapt and prepare for future flood events. As the Lord Mayor announced last week, the impact of the 2022 floods have really taken a significant impact on our city, and it will take an ongoing effort to see our city fully recover. I know that a key focus of the Surrey Council is to support our valued community organisations, and it's through the ongoing investment into community recovery
Councillor Howard, your
programs.
time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the LNP Mayor. In July 2020, almost 2 years ago, you ordered the immediate removal of all wooden monohull ferries from the river, and not long after cut the Norman Park Cross River Ferry permanently. All of this was done without warning or consultation and caused major disruptions for commuters, particularly in my local community.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor.
Mr Chair, in accordance with section 33(6) of the meeting's local law, questions are meant to be asked without argument or discussion. Could you please make a ruling on this question and have it asked succinctly? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. I'm going to allow the question, Councillor Cook, but I do draw your attention to the rule, standing rule under 33(6), which is that you ask questions succinctly as possible without argument.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll start again. My question is to the LNP Mayor. In July 2020, almost 2 years ago, you ordered the immediate removal of all wooden
Point of order,
monohull
Mr
ferries.
Chair.
Point of
Councillor Cook, starting the question again, is clearly disrespecting the local law in this place. She is presenting discussion and an argument and not specifically asking a question.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Perhaps, Councillor Cook, we can get through the first 20 seconds and get to the point where you were interrupted.
I would appreciate that, Mr Chair. I'll start again. My question is to the LNP Mayor. In July 2020...
Mr Chair, you clearly gave a direction to start after where she had done. She can't go back to the beginning if you had given a direction to start with the question.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Cook, if you could get to the question, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Without the preamble statement.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the LNP Mayor. In July 2020, almost 2 years ago, you ordered the immediate removal of all wooden
Point of order,
monohull
Mr Chair.
ferries.
Councillor Owen, yes, point of order.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This is clearly defying your direction to get to the question. She has continued to go back to the argument and discussion despite your request to not do so.
I'll let you deal with that.
Councillor Cook, please get to the question.
Point of order, Chair.
No more points of order on this question, please, Councillor Owen.
Yeah, just point of order. That clearly raising 4 or 5 points of order on the same topic is disorder. Disorderly meeting conduct. So I'd ask your ruling on Councillor Owen's continual disorder in raising the same point of order 5 times.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. I can ask for the question to be put in writing and answered at another time. So, Councillor Cook, if you could get to the question, please, without starting at the beginning again, please. Otherwise, I will sit you down and ask you to put that in writing.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the LNP Mayor. In July 2020, almost 2 years ago, you ordered the immediate removal of all wooden monohull ferries from the river, and not long after cut the Norman Park Cross River Ferry permanently. All of this was done without warning or consultation. You then promised to repair the vessels and return them to the water. The wooden monohull ferries have not been restored, resulting in reduced ferry services and ongoing disrupted.
Councillor Cook,
Mayor,
please.
What is...
Finally, we're getting a question, are we?
Mr Chair, I have 2 minutes to ask a question. If you'd like to change the rules, you are welcome to do so. But I would like to ask my question. Lord Mayor, what is your plan to reinstate the ferry services you have cut and restore the ferry fleet that you have personally decimated as Lord Mayor?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Well, as usual, we see a lot of misinformation, a lot of political grandstanding, and really, time and time again, we see in this place, councillors using question time to make a speech rather than to ask questions. And then when the question is...
Point of order for you, Councillor Johnston.
I draw your attention to 33(8), A and B, that the Lord Mayor shall not debate the subject of the question and that the Lord Mayor's answer must be relevant and succinct. Given that you have criticised Councillor Cook repeatedly for not asking the question, are you now going to ask the Lord Mayor to answer the question about the ferries?
Councillor Johnston, thank you for your point of order. As the question as asked contained a lot of suggestions and imputations, I will allow the Lord Mayor to answer the question as it was posed.
Thank you, Mr Chair. There seems to be selected memory here, because every time I go to answer a question, I'm constantly interrupted by Labor councillors and so-called independent councillors. Every time. Yet they seem to object when their political speeches are being interrupted, when they're not actually questions, they're just political statements. But let's deal with the issue of monohull ferries and the ferry network. I think it is incredibly important to acknowledge that we now have 2/3 of ferry services up and running a matter of just 12 weeks out from a devastating flood. That is a fantastic outcome, And so we will be working hard to make sure we get the other terminals and vessels online as quickly as we can. Some of the terminals sustain more damage than others, and so some will require more substantial works, but we have a whole network of 13 terminals now up and running, and services with city cats and kitty cats servicing those terminals. And I think that's a good outcome, and I want to pay tribute to Councillor Murphy and also the team that he works with for making sure we can get back up on our feet sooner. Now, when Councillor Cook talks about wooden monohull ferries, she leaves out a little bit of important information. They were unsafe to be on the river. And so I acted in the safety interests of the people of Brisbane to take them off the river so no one got hurt. I mean, this is the ludicrous nature of what we hear from the Labor councillors. This was a safety issue, and this is one that we have pursued with the previous operator, and one where a substantial bond, I'm not sure how many details I can go into, but a substantial bond, are we able to say the bond? We're not? No. A substantial bond which they had in place for the maintenance of the vessels and the terminals, we retained that bond. Why? Why? Because the work that they were supposed to do wasn't being done to the standard that we expected and the people of Brisbane expected.
Councillor Cook. Councillor Cook, please. No more interjections, please, Councillor Cook. I will warn you. Councillor Cook. Councillor Cook, no more. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And so we have done the right and responsible thing there. And we also had the situation where, once again, Labor continues to misrepresent the facts with the Norman Park ferry service, a service which was used by less than one person per trip on average, less than one person per trip.
Excuse me, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cook, I consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21(4) of the meeting's local law, I request that you cease interjecting and refrain from continuing to do so for the rest of the meeting. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And so we made the decision, and it was the right decision, and I will continue to say it was the right decision, because why? It was the right decision to redirect funding from that service, which was seriously underused. And remember, this had been an issue for a decade, and previous Labor administrations had said, and I quote, "use it or lose it." They had kept an unviable, very poorly used service in place Our decision was to redirect the funds from that service into other services. Our decision was to redirect the funds from upgrading a ferry terminal, which would require a minimum of a $7 million investment for less than one person per trip. We redirected them to other terminals that needed work to be done. Now, if Labor councillors are suggesting that there has been a cut to the ferry budget, they would be wrong, because the ferry budget and the service budget has been going in only one direction, and that is towards record investment every year. We have continued to increase services, and we have continued to increase funding for ferry services. And so this idea that somehow we've reduced the budget is simply not true. We have increased the budget. And what we've done with Norman Park is we've redirected that budget to boosting services that people actually use.
Lord Mayor,
is that a good thing?
Lord
I think
Mayor,
it is.
your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, the Lord Mayor has just detailed some important decisions that will be made to help our city rebuild and recover. With rebuilding being the focus right now, could you please update the Chamber on this work, including what has been achieved to date?
Thank you, Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and can I begin by thanking Councillor Mackay for his keen and ongoing interest in this. And I know that he is personally dedicated to the improvement of our infrastructure and our assets, both in his own area but right across the city. The floods that occurred 3 months ago were among the most expensive natural disaster to ever hit this city. A realistic bill that will affect this council after other governments' contributions, grants, insurances and other payments will affect this council to at least $330 million. That is greater than, two Moggle Road upgrades, for example, Councillor Mackay. It is a huge sum of money that has suddenly been required to be found by this organisation to bring our public assets, our community assets and facilities back up to a standard that is acceptable, back up to what we had before. Now, last week's committee and last week's presentation involved a lot of detail around the sorts of things that had been done and that were required to still be done. But in response to this question, I just want to talk about the range of damage and the range of work that has occurred up till this point. The floods affected our assets, whether they be infrastructure, transport, environment, community, facilities, the whole range. Some of it was relatively minor. So at two of council's depots, there was water damage inside some of the buildings. They had Carina and Virginia, and I'm happy to report to this to the council that that damage has been rectified and the remedies have been in place, and that the damage has been completely repaired. Similarly, the King George Square car park and the Wickham Terrace car park had some damage, along with 6 ward officers, and both the environmental centres at Boondall and Karawatha had some water ingress. The damage that has occurred in those places has been addressed and rectified. However, not all facilities were quite so easy to remedy. As this council has been advised earlier, but it's important to stress again, the 2 quarries owned by this council have so much water in them that it will take months upon months to pump the water out of them. That the Bracalba quarry, which is the principal service quarry for providing rock that we use in our asphalt base for a lot of our road works, will take up to 6 months to remove the water from that quarry. We are still able to use it in some sense because they use a stepping process, so the higher levels will still be accessed. But the Bracalba quarry dam, the Bracalba quarry swimming pool is a mere 24 metres deep, containing 4 gigalitres or 4 billion litres of water. Other impacts on our city: there were 4,282 lights along our parks, bikeways and roads which have to be addressed. And still in some places, I know it near Butterfield Street at Hurston, and I suspect at Widdop Street near your constituency, Mr Chair, that there are still issues being able to get the lighting system to work in those places, but more than 4,000 have been inspected and made safe of that 4,282. As we've discussed at times past, but it's important to remind people that 77 parking metres were damaged, 30 needing replacement, and 20 were repaired and operating weeks after the flood itself. But there are 27 zones where we have been forced to move to the Cello Park mobile phone system only as a result of the damage occurred, and also in response to potential future damage that would occur if we returned the metres to that space. There was approximately 285 kilometres, I should say it again, 285 lineal kilometres of road impacted, requiring 78 roads will require resurfacing repairs, and we will see in the near future, councillors will see 2 motor vehicles moving through the city that use a special modern technology to assess the damage that occurred to the road base through a range of testing methodology that will determine exactly how much it will cost to resurface those roads and at what time. The cost anticipated is in the tens of millions of dollars merely to rectify those assets. There were, by the 25th of March, within 1 month of the flood, this council had repaired more than 17,000 potholes. Of the 26 of the traffic signals that were affected, 26 of the 31 had to be replaced but were operational by 4th of March, within 10 days. 3 bridges were damaged. Coringal Drive Bridge in Jindalee has been demolished and will require replacement.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired.
There's a lot more to come,
questions?
Mr Chair.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr Chairman, my question is for you. 2 weeks ago, immediately following the dinner break, in front of the clerks, ALP councillors, LNP councillors, including yourself, Councillor Adams started shouting at me. She said it over and over again until you and others encouraged her from the chamber. What action are you taking regarding her behaviour towards me?
Councillor Johnston, questions may be put to the Lord Mayor or Chair of a relevant committee. That question is out of order. Next further
Point
question.
of order.
Point of order.
I've got a procedural matter to raise, Mr Chairman. 2 weeks ago, immediately following the dinner break, in front of the clerk, ALP councillors, LNP councillors, including yourself, Councillor Adams started screaming at me. She said it over and over again until you and others encouraged her from the chamber. What action are you going to take as the Chair of Council regarding her behaviour towards me?
Councillor Johnson, are you moving a suspension of standing rules?
I'm raising a matter of procedure for you to address as the Chairperson of Council.
I don't believe this is the appropriate mechanism for doing that, Councillor Johnson. Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor
I move
Johnson.
dissent in your ruling and I'd appreciate a seconder.
Yeah, seconded.
Dissent in my ruling has been moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All in favour of dissent, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to the right, noes to the left, please. Thank you, clerks.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
Thank you. That motion of dissent is lost. Please return to your seats. Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, earlier the Lord Mayor updated the Chamber on some tough decisions that will need to be made in the upcoming budget, including how the Surrey Council will rebuild and recover after the 2022 floods. Can you please update the Chamber on the history of Council's finances over the past 3 years, including the strain that has been put on it from unforeseen circumstances?
Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair, and through you, thanks to Councillor Atwood for the question. There's no doubt that the floods in February were unprecedented in their scale and had a devastating impact on our city and suburbs. The De Jersey Review notes that while 14,100 properties in 94 suburbs were affected in 2011, it was 23,400 properties in a whopping 177 suburbs which were affected this time around. And with the initial work to estimate the cost of this disaster now finalised, we know that the financial impact on Council will be 3 times as large as the 2011 floods. To your question, Councillor Atwood, the February floods have come after 2 years of a pandemic. The pandemic alone was one of the most significant challenges our city's finances have faced. While not as significant as the personal struggles and indeed the tragedy caused by COVID across 3 financial years, the pandemic has cost Brisbane ratepayers over $200 million. In 2019-20 and in 2020-21, $18.9 million went towards direct relief to support for small businesses. We introduced a raft of fee waivers and rent relief. To support frontline workers and small businesses, a number of changes to parking management were introduced, resulting in over $22 million in reduced revenue. We supported community clubs with direct payments and water grants totalling $4 million. To support ratepayers dealing with the personal financial uncertainty of COVID, we offered a special rebate, which meant average rates payable actually went backwards last year. We also offered a $250 rebate to all ratepayers on JobKeeper. These initiatives cost the budget over $16 million. Other revenue impacts in the first 2 years of the pandemic included significantly lower volumes of infrastructure charges and other council fees. These in total came to $67.5 million. By the last budget, we had cautious optimism that the worst of the pandemic would be over. But unfortunately, as we know now, Delta and Omicron outbreaks have continued the impact. There has been to date another hit of $85 million to Council's budget from COVID in the current financial year. All up, this is a $200 million impact to the budget since the pandemic began. But Mr Chair, throughout, we have kept the budget strong. We have made hard decisions. And of course, we know there were unpopular decisions. The Labor Party were crowing about the fact that Brisbane hadn't gone into deficit, and they said that we should have. Responsible financial management is one of the reasons why the people of Brisbane back Team Schrinner. They like the fact that we don't take our writing instructions from Cameron Dick. They appreciate that, Mr Chair. All of the hard work we did over the past few years puts us in a far better position today because, as we know, the February floods have had a significant impact, 3 times the cost of 2011. But now we are focused on how we will rebuild and how we will recover. There is $660 million in costs to Council, half of which must be directly funded by this Council. Ratepayers expect us to prioritise rebuilding and recovery, and that's exactly what we are doing. There is much work to be done, from clubhouses and fields to roads and bikeways to parks and pools. This means that the Lord Mayor has made further difficult decisions, but they are sensible decisions, Mr Chair, and decisions that ratepayers can understand. They know that you don't put in a pool when your house is damaged or your roof has a leak, and Council's approach is exactly the same. We will continue to embark on the important projects that are already underway, like the Brisbane Metro and our 2 green bridges. But while we rebuild and we recover, other projects will have to be paused or cancelled, and this is the sensible thing to do. Council, like every other government, business and household, is also feeling the effects of inflation, driven by global supply chain constraints and the war in Europe. Indeed, the floods have also come at a time when costs are going up, Mr Chair. We know that inflation in Brisbane is at 6...
Councillor Cunningham, your time has expired. That ends question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 16th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 16 May 2022 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I'm seeking the further following information with respect to items B and C. Could the Lord Mayor please provide a list of the projects that have been completely cut from this year's budget and outline them for the meeting today to aid debate?
Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Before I move on, I wanted to remind all councillors that the council chamber does not have parliamentary privilege, as we saw in the state parliament and the federal parliament, which means that when you defame someone, there are consequences for that. And given what's just happened and claims made by a certain councillor, I would remind all councillors that if you say something that is clearly not true or is defamatory, there are potential legal consequences to that. And so we should all bear that in mind. First thing I wanted to say...
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
I would remind the Lord Mayor that Councillor Adams has repeatedly threatened me in this place.
Councillor...
and, Mr Chairman, that I have a right to put her behaviour on the record towards me as it's been escalating and abusive.
Councillor Johnston, that is not a point of order. Councillor Johnston. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the Anthony Albanese incoming government for their election win on the weekend. I know that the councillors on my right need an occasional win every now and again, and so this is the only one they're going to get in a very long time. But having said that, I do say that I'm very much looking forward to working with the Albanese government on the projects that are important to Brisbane and the issues that are important to Brisbane, just as we have done with their predecessor governments, not just the most recent one, but successive governments over a long period of time that have productively worked with the Brisbane City Council. We have seen governments on both sides of politics invest in infrastructure in our city, and we want that to continue. So obviously we'll be working with the incoming government on projects like Brisbane Metro, which is federally funded in part, projects like the Kangaroo Point Bridge, which is federally funded in part, projects like the Moggle Road Corridor upgrade, which is federally funded in part, projects like the Wecker Road and Newman Road upgrade, intersection upgrade, the Rochedale and Priestdale Road intersection upgrade, the Beams Road Corridor upgrade, and a range of other important projects across the city. We're looking forward to the new government meeting the commitments that have been made on those projects at the federal level and productively bringing those projects to a successful finish. We also look forward to the Albanese government meeting the commitment of the previous government to fund Olympic-related infrastructure 50-50 and any cost associated with the Olympics on a 50-50 basis. I did notice that in the days leading up to the election there was some question over whether that deal that had previously been struck would be honoured by the new government. I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will be because it's the right thing to do, but obviously we'll be focused on that. In the dealings that I've had from time to time with Anthony Albanese, he gets that it's important to work with councils to invest in infrastructure, and so that is a good thing. And so I'm positive and optimistic about the working relationship that we can have with the new federal government. And I do say I am actually genuinely glad that we look like we have a majority government. Now, whichever side of the fence you sit on, a minority government controlled by extremists is never a good thing to have for a state, a council or a nation. And so to have a majority government is good for Australia. It's good for Australia, and I'm glad that we see a majority government looking like it will take place. And so that is really positive. And I think it allows for good, solid decision making. And as I said, not having extremists on the left and the right pulling the strings, which is always bad for the people of Australia and bad for good decision making. So we will look forward to working with the new government, and we'll continue working with the state government on things like the Olympics. And I know that Labor councillors really don't like it when the state government cooperates with us on things. They complain about it to their Labor colleagues in George Street all the time, but it is good for Brisbane when different levels of government work together. And so whether we're working together on the Olympics or whether we're working together on infrastructure, we will continue to have the interests of Brisbane residents at heart. We will continue to make sure that the right thing is happening when it comes to investing in infrastructure and the issues that are important to Brisbane residents. And so let this be the beginning of a new era of cooperation and of positive investment in Brisbane from the federal government. That is something that I would welcome. And once again, hearty congratulations to the new Anthony Albanese government. Last night, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge, Redcliffe Place and the Tropical Dome were lit up in red to support Red Shield Appeal, Salvo's annual Red Shield Appeal, which we have been supporting for many years and we continue to support. Tonight, the Victoria Bridge, Redcliffe Place will be lit up in purple to support Starlight Day and the Starlight Foundation and the work that they do to support sick kids in hospital, and they've been doing that for over 30 years now. Tomorrow night, all of our assets will be lit up in maroon for National Palliative Care Week, and this annual campaign raises awareness for the palliative care sector, which helps people with life-limiting illnesses to live as well as possible for as long as possible and support their physical, emotional and social and spiritual needs. This Thursday day is a really important day, and it is National Sorry Day. And on the 26th of May every year, we acknowledge and commemorate the members of the stolen generation. And this is a tragedy in our national history and one that we are all determined to learn from, but also it's important to acknowledge what has happened and to make sure that it does not happen in the future, it never happens again, and that we make all efforts to achieve reconciliation for a nation as we move forward productively together. And so for this occasion, we're lighting up the Victoria Bridge, Story Bridge, in black, yellow and red. And so that is for Sorry Day. On Friday night, we'll be lighting up our assets in the rainbow colours for the eve of the LGBTIQ Domestic Violence Awareness Day. And so we did this just last week for Ida Hobbit Day and again for LGBTIQ Domestic Violence Awareness Day. And this annual Awareness Day aims to end domestic violence and abuse within all communities, including the LGBTIQ community, by increasing visibility and awareness of this challenge. On Saturday night, Radcliffe Place and the Victoria Bridge, City Hall and the Story Bridge will be lit up in red to support 65 Roses Awareness Day. And we know that this day is all about supporting Cystic Fibrosis Queensland and their fantastic work that they continue to do in our community. Finally, on Sunday, we will be lighting up all our assets once again in black, yellow, but also red, blue, white and green to support National Reconciliation Week. And obviously you've worked it out, they're the colours of not only the Aboriginal flag, but the Torres Strait Islander flag. The two flags that we have proudly flying in our council chamber and we have for a significant period of time. And so Reconciliation Week next week will be commemorating that and honouring that by lighting up our assets. The theme for 2022 is Be Brave and Make Change, which I think is a really positive theme going into this important week. The items in front of us, item A, significant contracting plan for animal management services. This is an amendment to a previously approved SCP. Council provides animal management services via preferred supplier arrangements with Animal Welfare League of Queensland and also Brisbane Livestock Control. These arrangements look after our 2 animal rehoming centres in Bracken Ridge and Willawong, and also includes animal collection and transport from either stray, lost or wandering animals. In October last year, Council approved a significant contracting plan for these new services. The tender closed in December 2021. 2 proposals were received for the operation of the rehoming services and 1 proposal received for the animal collection and transport services. When Council received the tenders, the animal care at rehoming centres was significantly higher than estimated in the original SCP, and following several rounds of negotiations and clarifications, one of the tenderers has reduced their price to an agreeable fee, mutually agreeable fee, as seen in the papers today. Pending Council approval, these new contracts will begin in August this year. The annual operational plan and progress report, item B, for March 2022. We're seeing in this report the start, I guess, of some impacts associated with the flood, and also the requirement that, or not the requirement,
Lord
but
Mayor,
I guess
your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
An extension of time has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
We see starting to flow through in this report the impact of the 2011 floods to start with, but we won't see the full impacts until the next quarterly report. But the reality is that hundreds of our key personnel, frontline staff, were diverted from other jobs to assist with the recovery and the initial response process. And that was something they did a fantastic job with. But obviously what it means across council is that the work that they would otherwise have been doing in many cases has been delayed. And so that, that is the reality of the situation when you are in an emergency situation, in a crisis. You respond immediately and fulsomely in the best way you can, but your day-to-day normal job sometimes gets put on hold while you do that initial repair work. And so we see this starting to flow through in the quarterly report. But more importantly and more significantly, the third budget review has come through at item C. Now, this budget review, as we've flagged, is about making sure that we reprioritise the recovery of our city. And so we've made a number of changes in this review, and in detail they're listed. So, Councillor Johnson, to answer your question, the detail has been provided, and you can see that in the attached documents. And it's provided in the way that it is always provided when we do a budget review. And so there is information about changes in different projects, changes in different service areas, and that is coming through today for consideration. The reality is we have seen a reduction in revenue over the past period of time of over $100 million from, mainly from the pandemic. And so that impact has flown on, and then we have seen an increase in expenses at the same time associated with both the pandemic and also the flood response. And so all I can say is thank goodness that we budgeted a modest surplus. Thank goodness that we budgeted a modest surplus. And so while other levels of government have thrown out that financial discipline of trying to keep balanced budgets, we have not. We have not. And so what we have done, as I said before, is to have a little bit of a buffer zone there for unexpected things. And that buffer zone has helped us initially with the response, so it gave us the capacity to do that initial response. But going forward with the next couple of years and the rebuilding process that we'll need to undertake, we've had to make adjustments to our immediate priorities. And that some of those adjustments have come through in this third budget review. We announced them last week, and they include projects that will either be paused or stopped so that we can focus on the rebuilding effort. Now, you know, it's been interesting to hear some of the commentary where Labor has already started criticising our efforts to keep the budget strong and balanced and to prioritise the rebuilding process. But if you actually have a drill down into what they've been saying, it's quite extraordinary. Week after week, they've come in here, and in fact for years, they've been criticising the Green Bridge program. Have they ever said a positive thing about green bridges? No, they haven't. Yet now they're criticising us for putting the third and fourth bridges on pause. We cancelled the fifth. You know that. You were there. You were actually there. You were there, and it was actually Councillor Adams. You haven't been paying attention. You haven't been paying attention. And so when we paused the third and fourth bridge, they're criticising us. So they keep complaining about the Green Bridge program, and when we pause they're still complaining.
Point of order to you, Councillor Surrey.
Will the Mayor take a quick question?
Lord Mayor?
I'd love to take a question, Councillor Surrey. Thanks. Through you, Chair. Obviously, I'm keen to see those bridges come back online as soon as possible. Can you give us any indication of what the impacted timelines might be, and at least when the West End to Wong Bridge might happen?
Thank you, Councillor Surrey, and thank you for your support of the Green Bridges program. It is appreciated. Certainly, let's go back, and in answering your question, it's important to go back to what was said on day one of me becoming Lord Mayor. We would invest over the next 10 years $550 million into building up to 5 green bridges. And it's funny because Labor councillors have continued to misrepresent the facts, but that's exactly what we said on day one. On day one. And so...
Councillor Johnston, please.
They can keep telling lies if they wish, but I'll keep telling the truth, and I'll keep telling the truth about them too, which is important. Now, we promised $550 million towards a bigger program that would see up to 5 bridges built over 10 years. Okay, so that's what was committed. And in our budget, we funded $550 million towards this project, or towards these projects, over 10 years. Interestingly, though, we have significantly got on with the project up front. So in the first period, or the first term, we're investing $260 million into the first 2. They are under construction right now. They won't be stopping. They won't be paused. In fact, they're being fast-tracked. And so the Kangaroo Point Bridge, under construction, will be built. The Breakfast Creek Bridge, construction is gearing up now. It will be built. And so that $260 million investment is full steam ahead. And we had awarded the tenders and gone through the process. You know, the process for that had started and was at a very mature point before the floods, and it was the right thing to do to continue those investments. What we are talking about now is pausing bridges 3 and 4, and they will come back. And so we will meet our commitment of investing $550 million in 10 years. We will, absolutely. And I really do want to see those West End green bridges come back online and be built. I'm very passionate about these projects, but I know that even the projects that I'm passionate about, we need to do the right thing right now and pause them so that we can get on with the recovery. And so, Councillor Sri, to answer your question specifically, if the flood recovery costs less than we expect, or if it happens sooner than we expect, then will we bring those bridges back online sooner? At this point in time, we're expecting it will take a good 2 years to do the recovery work, and then we'll look at bringing those bridges back online. If, however, we are able to secure funding from other levels of government, as we have with the first bridge, then we can bring it all back on sooner. We can do more. And so we will continue, even though the bridges, those third and fourth bridges are on pause, we will continue to seek money from other levels of government, and there's an opportunity then for funding to be allocated to bring that back online sooner, and then we can get into it. So we are advocating and making submissions to Infrastructure Australia, which is the national body that recommends federal funding for projects, and it'd be awesome to see a great outcome there. We can bring them back on sooner. And that goes for other projects that have been paused as well. If the recovery costs less than we anticipate, we can bring back projects sooner. If the recovery happens quicker than we anticipate, we can bring back projects sooner. And so this is a really important point here. But back to my point previously, Labor councillors were criticising the green bridges, now they're criticising us for pausing the green bridges. Labor councillors have criticised the Downey Park proposal. They criticised that. They were there criticising it, and now they've criticised us for stopping the project. Labor councillors were criticising the Mowbray Park vision, and now they're criticising us for pausing the project. What is it that these people believe in? What do they believe in? It doesn't. I think it's pretty clear, and it's clear to the people of Brisbane, no matter what we do, they'll criticise it. It doesn't matter what we do, they will criticise it. They will find a reason to be against it. But that's not a productive way to be in opposition, I think. That is just the lazy way of being in opposition. Just criticise everything. If something changes, doesn't matter, keep criticising it. That is a lazy approach to opposition. But I would like to know, because I no doubt expect we'll see Labor criticising this budget review, I would like to know what their alternative would be. What their alternative would be. Now, let me predict. Every problem can be solved by cancelling Living in Brisbane publication. Let me predict. Okay, so a publication that costs 20 cents per household per edition is going to plug a $327 million
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Are you finished, Lord Mayor? Thank you.
Move for an extension.
An extension of time has been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Toomey. All in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
You're right, Councillor Cassidy, I am just winding up. And so let me predict there'll be these simplistic arguments that, oh, if you cancel Living in Brisbane, you can fix all these problems. If you cancelled communication with residents, if you cancelled engagement with residents. Well, we know that Labor doesn't really like engagement with residents, and we know they don't like residents to know what's going on, like to keep them in the dark, like mushrooms. But we believe it's important to communicate with people, and in the end, it is something that, with Living in Brisbane, for example, has been happening for decades. And so we will continue to communicate with the people of Brisbane, but let's not have any simplistic ways of responding to what is a major catastrophe in our city. How would Labor find the $327 million that needs to be found? How would they do it? I suspect that they would simply bury their head in the sand and get out the credit card. And we know how that ends. That means that people get a much bigger bill down the track. That means that rates go up more down the track under Labor. That's exactly what happens. And so we're not prepared to let that happen. We're making changes now responsibly to prioritise the recovery, and then we'll get back to those things that need to happen. We'll get back to the green bridges, we'll get back to the investment that has to happen across the city in a range of projects, and even with the extent of investment in bikeways and active travel infrastructure. So I've heard some commentary about, the green bridges and, the cancellation of the North Brisbane Bikeway. It's only active travel projects that have somehow suffered. Well, here's the reality. The majority of our investment in the coming years is active travel projects. Far more than we're spending on road projects. Far more. We're seeing Brisbane Metro, over $1.5 billion, an investment that should be made by the state. We're doing it. We're seeing these new bridges and bikeways being built. We're doing it. We're seeing record investment in active and public transport. And even with the temporary pauses in some of these projects or stopping some of these projects, we will still be spending more on public and active transport and these sustainable ways of getting around than we will be on roads. We will be. And so let's not hear any fake arguments about, you're only punishing public and active transport projects. That is rubbish. That is rubbish. They are projects that we are committed to, and they are projects which will resume as soon as we have the capacity to do so. And we are very proud of our record investment in public and active transport. But it makes sense that we wouldn't spend money building a new bikeway when there's around $50 million worth of bikeway repairs that need to be done. Like we have to fix up the Kedron Brook Bikeway. We have to replace bikeway bridges that have been damaged or washed away or made unsafe because of the flood. We have to replace them first, and then we can build new bikeways. But I'm unapologetic and unashamed about prioritising the recovery. It's what has to happen. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much. I don't know that I need to speak because the Lord Mayor just debated himself. It was like having Laurel and Hardy, but all in one bloke standing up before us today. I'll just ask that item A be taken seriatim. We'll have B and C together. A seriatum? Yeah, A seriatim for voting purposes. So I'll start with B and then get into C as we go. So the clause B is the report card, essentially, for the third quarter of this budget, the one we've just come out of the 2021-2022 budget. By any measure, and by every measure, this LNP administration has truly failed. Now, despite us being at the end of the third quarter, 75% of the way through the year, Council's capital spending under the LNP has reached just 41% across all programs. It's got to be one of the worst results we have seen. So the longer this LNP administration is in charge, up to 18 years, the slower they roll out funding to our suburbs, the worse these projects are delivered, and the more people pay in rates and the less they get back. The next budget's being handed down in 4 weeks' time, and we've got 60% of the current budget before us today remaining unspent under this LNP administration. Now, it is no wonder residents are asking and saying more and more why their parks aren't being mowed, their park projects are being gutted, and their footpaths are staying broken for years and years and years on end. This 60%, no doubt, will be rolled over into next year's budget, and the Mayor will make these fake announcements saying there's record spending all of a sudden because we've got half of last year's budget being rolled into the next year's budget. He'll be fast-tracking something, that's right, that he announced 5, 6, 7 years ago after gutting half of the project along the way. So these underspends can be seen in a significant number of projects and across a significant number of programs, in fact all programs. We see the delays to bikeway and pedestrian infrastructure, including the Norman Park Bikeway, the Moreton Bay Cycleway, and of course the North Brisbane Bikeway. The North Brisbane Bikeway is an interesting one that the Lord Mayor talked about in one of his delays. So he said last week, I think in his announcement on Thursday, I think it was last week, that he had to delay the North Brisbane Bikeway because of these floodworks, his emergent floodworks, and he couldn't afford to build the North Brisbane Bikeway. But we found out soon after that the then LNP federal member for Brisbane, Trevor Evans, had sent a letter out to residents saying that through his lobbying directly to the LNP mayor of this city, he got that project knocked off just ahead of the federal election. And that was days before the mayor, the LNP mayor of this city, stood up and said, I can't fund this because of flood works. But privately has done some deal with Trevor Evans, presumably, and Tim Nichols, the state LNP Member of Parliament, and their local LNP council chair, you. I know you were actively campaigning against the North Brisbane Bikeway. All three LNP politicians, well, they're all going by the wayside now, aren't they, in that part of Brisbane, LNP politicians. And it's no wonder. It's no wonder when you all treat the people of Brisbane like fools and you get found out for it, that people are upset with you. You don't listen to them, you don't consult them, and then you do deals behind their backs. The people who would otherwise have used that important piece of active transport infrastructure to get cars off the road, to break the back of congestion in that part of Brisbane, encouraging people to use active transport, now have to wait until whenever. Whenever, he says. The LNP mayor says, well, he said, first of all, it was cut, then he said maybe it was cancelled, maybe we'll have it back in a couple of years' time, see how he goes with his flood works. Well, if these documents are anything to go by, those projects are never coming back. And he never wanted to. He never wanted to carry them out. My criticism levelled at you, Lord Mayor, is that you continue to break your promises. And that will be your record going forward. Other public and active transport projects that are being cut, of course, include the Dockside Mowbray Ferry terminal upgrades, bus stop upgrades, $26 million in delay to the Bendy Bus project. Of course, I've criticised that project. I've been strongly on the record of that, and my criticism not is of just the project, but your handling of the project, Lord Mayor. I mean, we've seen it morph from a $944 million subway system that was supposed to rival the Paris, the Montreal, the Tokyo and the London Tube.
Councillor Murphy, please.
They were the words of Graham Quirk and Adrian Schrinner when they stood up together. They said, Graham Quirk said, this subway system would rival the Paris Metro, he said. It's all there in black and white. You can run from your record, you can call yourself a bunch of teals, but it's all there in black and white. The LNP promised the people of Brisbane, a subway system. In their initial artist impressions, they had trains with tracks and wheels under there in those big red brick stations. And now what do we have? A $1.7 billion bus project that they're buying 60 buses from Europe for. And not even supporting local manufacturing. And we see this key project that was announced in January 2016, delayed again and delayed again and delayed again and delayed again. I mean, anyone going to the Olympics in Brisbane will be lucky to get on a bus, let alone a Metro Bendy bus at this rate of this Lord Mayor's leadership. The $14.5 million delay to the Green Bridges now and the ongoing pause to them, of course we're going to criticise your handling of this. This, as you said, Lord Mayor, in your opening statement today, that when you became Lord Mayor, your commitment was to build 5 green bridges. Didn't say up to 5 green bridges. He's trying to bend and twist the truth. He even released a map of the Brisbane River, and he had pins on that map, that one that Councillor Adderman knocked off out there in the western suburbs, and he had those locations, those 5 locations for those 5 green bridges that he committed to. And now we're getting 2, and we're not supposed to criticise that. We're not supposed to hold you to account. I mean, this Lord Mayor doesn't know whether he's Arthur or Martha at the moment, making threats to councillors, saying that we're not allowed to criticise him about his mismanagement of this budget. We know he's worried after last weekend, Chair, but this is getting to be quite extraordinary. And the Lord Mayor had to let it slip. He had to let it slip last year that the 5 green bridges, or then 4 because he cut one, would only and could only be delivered if he received money from the state government or the federal government. Now, he's never clear about that in his pre-election pitch. He went to the people of Brisbane and he said he would be delivering, and he said, Chair, if we have to go it alone, we will. I remember that press conference. It's there, it is recorded, Lord Mayor. You said if we have to go it alone, we will. Well, where are they? Where are the green bridges? You're down to 2 green bridges. You couldn't get a commitment out of the state government. You couldn't get a commitment out of the federal LNP government. I don't know whether you've asked the incoming government for funding for the green bridges yet, but you haven't been able to do a deal. You are not a very good negotiator, obviously, when it comes to these projects, Lord Mayor. Now, we know the Lord Mayor, this LNP Mayor, can't even get these vanity projects done on time, which were his election commitments, and perhaps it is, as we are sort of surmising over here with his language, a way to stretch them out until the next election, 2 years' time, so he can re-announce them, and maybe they're new projects at the next election, apparently, fast-tracking, of course. But these aren't the only infrastructure projects that we're seeing delays on. Of course, these are the inner-city ones that he's obsessed with. But there are some significant other ones out in the suburbs as well, Chair. There's $5.6 million of delays for traffic management and traffic calming works in multiple suburbs across Brisbane, including Bowen Hills, Albion, Fig Tree Pocket, Chelmer, Taringa, Newmarket, Indrapilly, Grange, Windsor and Manly West. There is $17 million worth of delays to suburban park upgrades in, bear with me, Kedron, Murray, Wynnum, Chelmer, Archerfield, Nunda, Tingalpa, Carindale, Carina, Ellen Grove, Middle Park, Milton, Stafford, Rockley, Bowen Hills, Brisbane Downs, East Brisbane, Inala, and of course at Nudgee, Councillor Allen, the Nudgee Recreation Reserve has been cut and gutted again. Again. It has been cut and gutted again. So this is the one that the local LNP councillor went out there with big fanfare and the LNP mayor announcing what they were going to be delivering ahead of an election, got people to vote for them based on something, and then after the election, lo and behold, turn around, gut this project and delay it. Delay it again. We see $14 million in delays to road resurfacing, reconstruction and rehabilitation of bridges and culverts. Brisbane suburban road network was crumbling before the floods, and they will continue to crumble after these floods because all these important works are going to be delayed now.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Thank you. I move for an extension.
Second. Extension of time has been moved by Councillor Cook and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. We're seeing here as well, which is particularly bad in the context of what we've seen, not just over the last couple of months, but over the last couple of years, is a $12 million delay to stormwater and drainage works across Brisbane. So in my ward, I know this is happening right across. I know at Hemmant, those communities see with just light rain significant flooding. I know in wards right across Brisbane, and in my ward, there are tidal devices down along the foreshore, which now we find out after many months of trying to get information out of the Lord Mayor, he finally writes to confirm that 3 of those are faulty, but there's no money in the budget for either design or delivery. And they've known about that for 2 years, Chair. They have known that these basic suburban drainage solutions to stop people's property flooding and to stop their garages and their houses being inundated with salt water, the Lord Mayor has to write back, is forced to write back and say, sorry, residents of Sandgate, there is no money in the drainage budget for any design for the replacement of these devices, or indeed the rollout. And that was before the cuts. That was before the cuts. So now there's been a $12 million cut to the drainage budget in the wake of the worst flood we have ever seen. And of course, Lord Mayor, we have never suggested that increasing the drainage budget would have solved what happened on the Sunday afternoon of that flood. But what we are seeing is increased flooding due to climate factors changing and increased development. And of course, this LNP administration is taking more and more developer fees, but we're not seeing that suburban infrastructure keep up with that growth. And now we're seeing a $12 million cut to that. It's actually devastating for people living in the outer suburbs of Brisbane. Now, on the topic of floods, the LNP have also delayed the delivery of the Flood Resilient Homes program and also the delivery of telemetry gauges and warning devices. Now, these are important because these tell people when creeks and waterways are flooding. And we know the existing ones the council has weren't used properly. The telemetry gauges on Cabbage Tree Creek showed that there was going to be, ahead of time, a devastating flood in the suburb of Deagon. People who had the wherewithal and the knowledge to check that knew that ahead of time. And this administration, this council had that information as well, their council gauges, and they didn't warn anyone. They didn't warn anyone with it, with that information. I personally signed up for all of council's warning, and I'm in the area that got flooded, my yard flooded. I was lucky enough to escape flooding into my house from that creek flooding, and I didn't get warning, and everyone I asked in that area, every single resident didn't get warned. And we see here today that this LNP mayor is delaying the delivery of warning devices and telemetry gauges in our waterways. That is an absolute shame on you, Lord Mayor. Now, despite this LNP administration and this LNP mayor knowing that we were in a La Nina weather cycle, they've been delaying vital works to mitigate floods in this city and reduce their impacts on residents. And all we see from this LNP administration, all this Lord Mayor could talk about today, was his inner city project, was the metro, and was the inner city green bridges, and our criticism of those. He wouldn't talk about anything in the suburbs, because the reality before us today is that he's gutting the budget for the suburbs. Other key delays include $7 million for the Gresham Street Bridge and other suburban intersection upgrades, $3 million on conservation reserves management, $2.7 million in bushland acquisition is on the chopping board, $1 million for village precinct projects. They're gone. Over $400,000 for the Women's Shed project, which the Lord Mayor has consistently gone out and done media ops at. He's cut the funding for that one. $2.6 million in sports field and hard court rehabilitation, gone. So he goes out and announces today a couple of $100,000 for 8 community clubs out of the 326 that were affected by floods. He didn't tell them that he was cutting $2.6 million from the sports field and hard court rehabilitation program, they're going backwards. So they're not getting the maintenance that they deserve. And only 8 out of 326 are getting any support for those flood-affected clubs. $5.4 million on tree and park maintenance cut, $984,000 not spent on mosquito spraying, beggars belief, and $734,000 for the Inclusive Brisbane Plan implementation project has been cut in this budget review. Now, this is the same program we'll all remember over the last couple of weeks, the same program that this LNP administration, that LNP councillors, including Councillor Howard and the Lord Mayor, got up and said this was the program that they were using to address homelessness issues in this city, and that was the reason before they had to backtrack, that we didn't need a homelessness strategy. Well, we find out today that they're gutting $734,000 from that. I mean, what hope does this city have if that was the one token project that you people had to tackle homelessness, and it's being delayed? Now, despite all of these underspends and delays, despite all this, Council has seen a $70 million increase in revenue from rates, charges and public transport contributions. $70 million increase in revenue, but 60% of the budget remains unspent. 60% of that capital budget out in our suburbs remains unspent. So all this does come back to priorities, absolutely. This LNP mayor has been ransacking the budget for years, pouring every cent into those handful of inner-city vanity projects, using them to get publicity, announcing them at successive elections. And looking at another quarterly financial report, it's clear that this LNP mayor is still cutting, delaying and sacrificing important suburban works and services to continue to fund his addiction to self-promotion. The residents are paying more and more in rates and getting less and less in return. Now, Clause C, Chair, the budget, the third review of the budget. Now, this is where they'll be pushing. They push all these things, push them out. This is the document we see, those tables where all these suburban works are delayed and people are expected to continue to pay their rates on time. They're expected to pay their rates every quarter, but they're not getting their projects funded. And I think we can understand why last week that the Mayor wanted to get out in front of this one before the budget papers were released. He made his announcements on Thursday before we get these papers on Thursday afternoon in an effort to take out the trash ahead of a busy weekend with a federal election occurring. Because this one is an absolute doozy. It completely undermines his claims to be a responsible financial manager. It's all in black and white here. He is anything but a responsible financial manager, and this budget review absolutely proves it, Chair. Let's take a look at Council's revenue versus expenses. Now, rates revenue is still expected to increase by 6.1% next financial year, and then another 5.2% in the years following that. And there is still a projection of a $20.5 million surplus this year, and apparently that's going to increase to $54 million by 2024-2025. It doesn't add up, though, when you look at the operating surplus ratio, the ratio which compares Council's revenue, of course, to its costs. The ratio is positive. If the ratio is positive, there's more money coming in than going out. This year's surplus ratio was 2%, but this document revised that down to a negative 4.3%, which means Council's budget doesn't have enough revenue coming in to cover those operational expenses. No wonder they're delaying and cutting projects. So under this LNP Mayor, the budget's gone from a surplus to a 4.3% deficit. The Queensland Treasury Corporation's guidelines for a council operating surplus is between 0 and 10%. So the QTC says that this council has to run a surplus. They're instructed to do so. And this council under the LNP's leadership is now operating at a negative 4.3%. That's the first ratio that proves that this LNP Mayor is mishandling residents' money. Look at Council's net financial liabilities ratio, which measures how much Council owes versus its revenue. According to the QTC, anything above 60% is too high. It's unsustainable, according to the QTC. 60%, remember that number, 60%, anything above that is too high. Under Adrian Schrinner and his LNP administration chair, Brisbane City Council's net financial liabilities ratio has ballooned to 216%. So we're building a picture here. Rates go up, they keep taking rates money in, promise projects, and then continue to delay those projects, rearrange those projects, cut vital elements out of those projects, announce that we'll have monohull ferries back, then announce we'll have some monohull ferries back, then announce we'll have no monohull ferries back, because of this LNP administration's poor mismanagement of Brisbane's rates. That's more than 3.5 times the threshold stated by the QTC.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Thank you. Move for an extension.
Second. An extension of time for Councillor Cassidy has been moved by Councillor Cook and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Council's asset sustainability ratio, which should be above 90%. This is the third ratio that the QTC says is a very important one for the financial sustainability of Council. Now, it should be above 90%. Under LNP Mayor Adrian Schrinner, we have a ratio of 59.5%, which has decreased over the year. So those three key ratios of Brisbane City Council's budget health, a budget that is supposed to balance taking ratepayers' money in and delivering services to them out in the suburbs, under this LNP administration is in dire straits and getting worse every single year. The Mayor seems to be under some illusion still that he is a strong financial manager, but these numbers before us, Chair, dispel that myth entirely. Now, the next question is who pays for all this incompetency? Of course, it's not the Mayor, it's not councillors. I mean, collectively 27 of us, of course, pay rates if we own a property here in Brisbane. But the people who miss out and the people who have to pay through the nose for this incompetency every single time are the residents of Brisbane. This LNP Lord Mayor is costing them big time. And that's why his incompetence is why we are seeing services cut, community grants slashed, parks are being left unmowed for months, footpaths staying broken for years, and suburbs having to wait many, many years for basic drainage to be built to make them more flood resilient. I think at this rate, if this LNP mayor stays in council for much longer, we'll be lucky to get the bins collected, I think. Basic and fundamental services and maintenance are always the first thing on this LNP administration's chopping block. We've seen that. And any guesses for what's last on the chopping block, of course? We know he mentioned one of them before. His advertising budget, of course, that one doesn't get cut, never gets cut. Gets increased, in fact. Last budget we saw an increase to the Living in Brisbane budget. Never once seen a cut to that. In fact, during the flood, we know that this administration produced a Living in Brisbane flyer, newsletter, that was printed at great cost, went to the Australia Post distribution centre, and then the Lord Mayor recalled that, issued a new one, where the Lord Mayor had a different photo. He was wearing some khaki and some gumboots in this one, and then had that one sent out and had the previous one junked, had them all shredded. I mean, that's how deep his addiction to advertising goes, Chair, in this place. And that's why services are being cut. The failed Brisbane app is still being promoted on radio, TV, bus stops, buses, newspapers, street furniture, even though no one's using it. It's costing ratepayers $4.5 million. His huge black hole, his biggest black hole, of course, is the Benny Bus project, which we talked about, ballooning now from $944 million to $1.7 billion and going backwards, delivering less every time they revise this project. It delivers less and less. The two inner-city walking bridges are being fast-tracked, costing $500 million, even though he's cutting three of them along the way. It's clear all this mayor, or this LNP mayor, cares about his self-promotion and using ratepayers' money to do it. You can see the projects that he really cares about are ones that you can get publicity on, the ones that you can do media opportunities on, the ones you can put information centres about in Adelaide Street and call a press conference and do that. He doesn't really care about the basics in the suburbs because he can't go and cut a ribbon on a drain, and he doesn't really go and get his photo at footpaths. Although sometimes he does go out and get his photo at community clubs before, a week before cutting $2.6 million from the budget in supporting them. But that's really all he does care about. And so it really is all about priorities, and this LNP mayor has the wrong priorities. Looking at other programs in this review now, Chair, we're seeing a net cut of $330 million to capital spending this financial year. So $203 million cut to city governance and $20 million cut to COVID-19 stimulus projects, as if that's apparently not a thing anymore. We don't need any support out in the community for these projects. They're supposed to boost the local economy and help Brisbane recover from the pandemic. Well, they're not doing that anymore. In transport, we see $91 million worth of cuts, including $1.6 million to active transport, $4.3 million to terminal upgrades. The clean, green, sustainable, this mayor last week says, "Oh no, I'm teal, I'm not LNP. Please, I'm not LNP, I'm teal." That's what he said last week. He described himself as teal last week, and this week we see they're cutting $26 million from the clean, green, sustainable program area and council. It's just unbelievable. $8.3 million cut from key drainage works, including stormwater infrastructure, drainage construction, resilience and stormwater drainage rehabilitation. I mean, all those teal candidates had, integrity front and centre in their campaigns. I just don't think this Lord Mayor fits the mould, really, when it comes to that, does he? You'd think in the recent floods and the rain that spending on drainage would be doubled or tripled or increased in some meaningful way. But again, fundamental suburban works don't get publicity, so this LNP mayor won't fund them. On top of this, we're seeing a $1.3 million cut on works to sporting fields like CP Bottomley Park, Norman Park Sports Field, Huey Williams Park and Capera Picnic Grounds. $10 million cut to sports park projects, which include new parks and upgrades. They're not being delivered. In infrastructure, there's $6 million in cuts to suburban intersections, including the Beams Road project, Norris Road, Bracken Ridge and Newnham and Wecker Road. Interestingly, $11.6 million was fast-tracked for the Indrapilly Roundabout this year. Perhaps that was in an effort for Julian Simmons to go out and announce that one. It didn't really work, did it, out there in Ryan? Clearly didn't work. In lifestyle and community services, we see a $900,000 delay to the new Everton Park Library, $2.3 million in cuts to community facility improvements, and $1.8 million in cuts to pool refurbishments. And finally, in city standards, unsurprisingly, of course, you could have predicted this one, a cut to the footpath repair budget to the tune of $170,000. So in expenses, we see $200,000 in cuts to the suburban flying gangs to respond to issues out in the suburbs. Press conference done on that one. Flying gangs doesn't need that anymore. A $700,000 cut to the mosquito spraying budget, with a further cut of $600,000 for every single year in the forward estimates. Now, the LNP have put in the notes on this one. They've said the LNP want to cut the mosquito spraying budget because they're predicting favourable weather conditions out to 2025. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. It's still raining today. The tide comes in and out twice a day, and we have those king tides every month, which cause mass hatching of saltwater marsh mosquitoes. And this LNP administration says we need to find some money somewhere. What do? We cut the mosquito spraying budget. I mean, that's the priorities. That's the priorities of 3 more months of drenching rain as triple La Nina smashes Queensland. The LNP sees that headline. You know what they do? Just cut the mosquito spraying budget. Don't need it. Cut the drainage budget. Cut the mosquito spraying budget. That's the LNP way. He can't build footpaths, can't get bus stops built in the suburbs to make sure that suburbs are serviced by public transport. But he thinks he can predict the weather for 5 years. He thinks this Lord Mayor thinks he's all over that. And finally, those 5 green bridges, the last death knell for those bridges was 5, then 4, now 2. This was obviously an election commitment that was written on the back of the napkin, the other side of the napkin that the Metro one was written on. And these were the commitments that this LNP mayor made to the people of Brisbane, and he has broken them. And that will be his record going into the 2024 election. Cuts to services, eye-watering cost blowouts on inner-city projects, and monumental rate hikes to pay for them. This LNP mayor's ego is running this city into the ground, and residents have well and truly had enough, Chair. It really is time for change. We've had a bit of change over the weekend. Change in Brisbane City Council cannot come soon enough.
Thank you. Just to confirm, Councillor Cassidy, did you move Surrey out for debate and voting? Just for voting later. Thank you. Further speakers on A, B and C? Thank you. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise briefly to speak on item A and item C. Mr Chair, item A is the significant contracting plan for the animal amendment management services. Basically what we see here is an increase in the number of cats and dogs across our city. During COVID, we've seen COVID pets taken on board, and I know Councillor Strunk and myself hold the record of having the most number of dogs per ward. So I know it's probably not a good look, but anyway, we do anyway. We love our pets, and it's a significant thing for us and the care of our pets. Now, this significant contracting plan amendment increases the services by the Animal Welfare Management Team to provide those services out to wards like Forest Lake and the Gap Ward, where we have had that increase of animals as part of COVID. Now, whether you've got small dogs, big dogs, cats without hair, all of these animals deserve the respect and care that this city can afford. And this is what this contracting plan is all about. I know when Councillor Marks took us out to Willawong, we actually toured the site as a committee out of session, and we had a look at what the Willawong Centre provides. And it is quite a pretty good service. But with everything that has gone on with COVID, things sort of get a little bit too much for them, but we move on. So Willawong Service themselves and the Brisbane Livestock Control actually look after animals such as cats and dogs, but they also take on cattle, chickens, and ducks. And we saw out at Willawong the duck pen and the cattery, I should say, and the chickens were all out there, and they're very, very well looked after. The service also includes a 24-hour pickup and stock impounding. Now, when you're talking about collecting cows and pigs as part of that service, there's a significant amount of logistics involved in doing that. And this service provides us. They also provide emergency impounding for animals that need care. Mr. Chair, when an animal is lost, the animal itself can become quite distressed, and also the family that own the animal as well. And this service is part of the service that these shelters provide is the rehoming. So they connect the animals back with the owners. And when we have an increase in COVID pets, there's obviously more demand for that. We also understand that domestic animals wandering at large can be a danger to themselves, a danger to the public, and a danger to other animals. And this is all part of the strategy for making sure that these animals are safe. Mr. Chair, the significant contracting plan here before us today reflects the cost in looking after the animals of our cities, their carers and their owners. Pending Council's approval today, this new contract will begin in August 2022. Can I also go to item C regarding mosquitoes, Mr. Chair? And Councillor Cassidy made some comments that I would like to correct for the record. And I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we do know that if spraying is required for mosquitoes, the Lord Mayor does it. The Lord Mayor finds the money. And we take advice on the spraying of mosquitoes from our entomologist, our council entomologist. We have one on staff. Now, what this third business review reflects is that we haven't had to spray for mozzies. We haven't had to fire up the helicopters and go across the coastal areas of Brisbane and pump chemicals into our wetlands to stop our mozzies from breeding. And the question would be, well, why? As Councillor Cassidy said, there's been lots of rain. 3BR, we had a flood event. We had over a metre of rain in Brisbane. Now, why wouldn't we spray? It's a simple answer. The mozzie eggs need to dry out to hatch. How can the eggs dry out if they're underwater? It's a flow. Our wetlands are continually wet. How can the mozzies hatch if the eggs don't dry out? And this is part of the third business review. Why would we do this? Why would the Lord Mayor get on the phone and go, come on, Jim, fire up the chopper, we've got some spraying to do? For no point at all. Eggs can't hatch. So it seems pointless to actually go and spray when you don't need to spray. I don't know, does anybody see the logic in that? I was looking for a show of hands, but I'm not seeing too many. But there's no, I don't see the point in spraying for mozzies in wetlands when you don't need to do it. And if there's some money returned to the good people of Brisbane as a result of that, as a result of the eggs not drying out and the mozzies not hatching, then yeah, let's take that saving and put it through to the next time when we need to spray for mozzies. It is sound and responsible financial management. And I want to thank the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham for actually looking after the good people of Brisbane through this budget, or through the 3BR, and making sure that we are not irresponsible, that we don't go and spray when we don't need to spray, that we don't fire up the helicopters and spray when we don't have to. It just makes sense. I'll take that interjection, Councillor Murphy, thank you. It is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. So I support item A and item C in the papers before us today, Chair, and thank the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham for the work they're doing to make sure that we provide sound and responsible financial management for the ratepayers of Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Mr.
Sorry,
Chair.
Landers.
Mr. Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes. Commences when councillors have vacated the chamber. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Thank you. Councillors, further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items B and C. And I guess it's just shocking to me that the Lord Mayor, who's not present in the chamber, so he's not going to be here, even though we're talking about how the council budget is being dramatically recalculated and the purpose for which that it's being recalculated. He can't stay in the chamber for a couple of hours to listen to the feedback from a councillor in one of the worst flooded wards in the city. The Lord Mayor has said today that we can't really sort of have business as usual because of the floods, and that there have to be adjustments to the budget to make sure that flood recovery happens. Now, I understand this. I was here in 2011 and I watched what the LNP administration did then, and certainly I'm a lot wiser for that experience. My experience of the way in which the Lord Mayor, who I think was the finance chair back then from memory, he cut lots of projects from my ward, many of which have never been funded. For example, the pontoon for kayaking and canoeing in Chelmer was never rebuilt, despite the fact that if it had been included within the council rebuild, we would have been reimbursed for the loss of the infrastructure from the federal government. But certainly not included. Many flood-damaged roads in my ward were never funded. So when the Lord Mayor stands up here and says we have to cut the budget to pay for flood recovery, he cannot be believed. He cannot be believed. He, at this stage, in my view, has not properly scoped the extent of flood damage to Tennyson Ward. There are 11 parks in my ward with playgrounds that are not identified to have the softball replaced. Now, some people might think this is a small issue, but today and over the past few weeks, even though sewage has spilled all through these playgrounds, this council hasn't closed them and it has not replaced the softball. I have raised this over and over and over with council. It's raining, this bacteria breeds. It is a huge issue when Oxley Creek floods, and this council is ignoring it. We have, despite what this administration does and standing up and saying that there are no parks that are fully closed in this city, yes there are. Cactoblastus Corner at Sherwood not only is fully closed, there's been a 2 to 3 metre vertical subsidence, and there are horizontal cracks of hundreds of metres long that run throughout the site. I'd like to know how much money is in this to fix that park, because there are 5 homes that are directly impacted and about 7 properties. There are multiple homes, at least 2 and possibly 3, that are uninhabitable. They're not able to be inhabited. We need to know why this happened. We need to know how much money it's going to cost. Do you think this council could provide me with a briefing about this? No, not a word. I've had a phone call with them and I've asked for more information which has not been provided, but I found out from residents in QUU who said there'd been a bit of a sewerage spill and I went down to have a look, and the main outfall for the suburb has broken in half and the land has dropped by 2 to 3 metres. There's no sewage, there's no stormwater, houses are uninhabitable, and this council will stand up in answer to questions and say, no, there are no parks closed in Brisbane. Well, yes, there are. And there's no plan to fix them. There is no plan to fix the community sporting clubs in my ward. I think that there are about 20, just over 20 sporting clubs in my ward that are flood damaged. I've heard from Councillor Howard that there's one getting some money. And that's Western Districts Netball Association. Now, they've flooded for the second time. They just got hundreds of thousands of dollars to put lights in, and now we're going to pay for the lights to be fixed. What about the poor old Carrington Boat Club who've been smashed, or South Cricket who've been smashed? Their clubhouses completely flooded and gutted. The roof at the Carrington Boat Club fell in. Is there a cent for them? Not that I'm aware of, not that I've been told, not that's been announced to my knowledge. We haven't been advised of what the funding is for these clubs. So I know that the clubs in my area are not getting the money that they need. I know the residents in my area are not getting the money that they need. This administration is not putting money into buyback. This administration, in its budget review today, is cutting the Flood Resilient Homes program. This administration is cutting, and I added it up to be $13 million in stormwater drainage projects around the city. Now, it's only 11 years since the last floods and 11 years since I've stood up in this place week after week and criticised this administration for its failure to invest in stormwater drainage and backflow valves. Not only that, it's only been a couple of weeks since Paul de Jersey released his review telling council to continue investing in these things. But what does the LNP administration do? Cut the funding. Cut the funding for stormwater drainage. It's cutting funding for cleaning our parks, mowing our parks, trimming our trees. The floods haven't stopped these things growing. In fact, they're actually growing more than ever because of the climatic conditions. But this administration is going to spend less. And they already were spending less through the bad management of the contracts, and now they're actually going to cut the funding even further for basic maintenance in this city. It is appalling. Millions of dollars in maintenance expenditure is being cut at the hands of this LNP administration, and they say they're going to funnel it back into flood recovery, but certainly it's not coming through in Tennyson Ward, because we can't get the softball replaced in our parks, we can't get the roads fixed, we can't get the stormwater drains fixed, and we certainly can't get the parks fixed. And if there's a plan, it's not being communicated with me, and I am asking every single day. I think the residents of Brisbane would be shocked to know that their children are playing in playgrounds where there has been no clean-up of the mulch, given the sewerage that rolls down Oxley Creek from the Oxley wastewater treatment plant and from the Fairfield wastewater treatment plant. They would be shocked. And as this council will not deal with me in an open and transparent way, I have no choice now but to go public with this information. I was hoping that council would acknowledge and say that they were going to fix this, but they are just denying it's even a problem. Now, one of the other things that's come up today is the fact that this council has always run a little surplus and there is no deficit, and I think it might have been Councillor Cunningham, how surprised council is that there is no need for a deficit. Well, the reason there is no need for a deficit at this council is because the Lord Mayor has got billions of dollars in revenue in, he's allocated in his budget, and then more than half of it has not been spent as allocated in this budget. More than half. Now, this is an appalling display of mismanagement and incompetence by the LNP Council and administration. These people are in charge. The Lord Mayor, the Deputy Mayor who's offered a party in Greece. Not only that, we were told there was no expense for that, but meanwhile this council's paying membership fees for this World Council of Olympic Unions, which is the membership fees paying for Councillor Adams to go to her party in Greece. Is she here to talk about flood recovery? No, she's not. It gets worse. I'm just going to end with just one more example, and I would really like an extension because I've got more to talk about. But in the 2020 budget, the Lord Mayor only announced one thing in my ward, and that was $2 million for the Chelmer Sports Club. And that was to help with the major upgrade. It was announced in conjunction with Cricket Australia and the Kenmore Bears and West Cricket. Just a week ago, no, that was in the budget 2 years ago. Just a week ago, Councillor Wong, who's not here today, and I know why, stood up as the candidate for Moreton and promised that money again, $3.5 million. Now that probably includes the money from the other agencies. A week ago, Councillor Wong stood up and promised that money to the Chelmer Sports Club. He did a photo op with them. He had the kids down there on the oval. He had the parents down there on the oval. They're all waving their LNP signs on the oval. Guess what's happening today? The Lord Mayor
Councillor
is
Johnston,
cutting
your time has
$1.78 million.
expired. Further speakers?
And move an extension
Councillor
of time.
Cunningham.
Thanks,
Oh,
Mr
sorry,
Chair.
there's been an extension of time. Who moved it?
Yep, I'll
Councillor
move it.
Strung. And seconded by Councillor Sri. All in favour of an extension of time being provided to Councillor Johnston, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. Further speakers?
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston. No seconder. Councillor Cunningham.
Oh, thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item B and C, but first to item B. As we do every quarter, the annual operational plan progress and quarterly financial report reflects the change in Council's financial position for the period ended in March 2022 and records those variances in the annual plan. The quarterly financial report has been prepared to show the approved budget against the year-to-date results, while the annual operational plan progress report records variances in the delivery. I think we all understand that by now. In addition, the report gives an overview of the commercial operations and the financial wellbeing of Council's business activities. The annual operational plan progress and quarterly report, just like the third budget review, which I'll get to in a moment, is heavily impacted by floods. However, ongoing uncertainty associated with COVID, rising costs, scarcity of materials and services, exacerbated by supply chain issues, and the state of the labour market are also all key factors contributing to Council and affecting Council, just like every other level of government. Rates and utility charges increased in line with the budget when compared with the previous year, noting the significant support put in place to help residents and businesses during 2021. There was, however, a decrease in other contributions, donations, subsidies and grants, and mainly due to the recognition of capital transfers from the Queensland Government in the previous year. This was partly offset by an increase in capital subsidies and grants this year, thanks to Federal Government's local roads and community infrastructure grants and the Urban Congestion Fund. Developer contributions were also down year on year, reflecting reduced developer activity, which I think we all see in our community, while fees and charges increased year on year due to COVID-19 fee waivers last year and a higher volume of DAs being lodged this year. To the City Governance portfolio, there are a few non-financial variances that I will speak to. First, as I've mentioned before, our fleet acquisition continues to be impacted by global supply constraints. It means the fleet budgeted and ordered for this current financial year may not be delivered and receipted until next financial year. This, of course, has flow-on impacts for the life cycle management of Council's fleet, delaying replacement and increases the life of the fleet and can impact servicing schedules and revenue from eventual disposal. Mr Chair, timeframes. I also wanted to point out another project, which is our disaster management solution. Council has been investing in this disaster management solution, and I really wanted to point it out today because this was a project that was in train well before the floods. The replacement solution is intended to enhance Council's ability to manage incidents at critical times, supported by remote working and field-based reporting capability. Due to the redirection of key subject matter expert resources within City Resilience during the floods, timeframes have been impacted, but it is critical that we also get the learnings from the February floods and incorporate that into that project. Turning now to item C. The Lord Mayor has outlined, and this is a significant budget review. As we have continued to say, we have wasted no time in addressing the financial impact of the floods. But for those who have missed it, and I'll say it again in case they were busy reading in the chamber, the flood has left a bill of $660 million. And after insurance and QRA claims, the net impact on the budget will be $330 million, 3 times the cost of the 2011 floods. We need to get to work straight away and manage the impact, not just in terms of rebuilding, but in terms of protecting the sustainability of the budget. As I said earlier, the floods come after a difficult few years for our city and indeed our city's finances. COVID hit our budget by over $200 million and the floods add another $330 million. We must be disciplined in order to rebuild and recover while keeping the budget sustainable to protect our ratepayers. We are unashamedly prioritising rebuilding and recovery projects, and that's what this third budget review is all about. Operating capability in this review has reduced by $217.7 million. We've seen a $102.3 million decrease in revenue and a $115.4 million increase in expenses this financial year. Revenue write-downs include $26 million in infrastructure charges, $27.5 million related to parking, and $6 million for the flood rates rebate. Increased expenses include $91.6 million for Council's immediate response to the flood event. 3BR includes $50 million in savings for the current financial year, as well as further savings in future years, which we need to do. I wanted to touch on another significant item in the review, which relates to how capital transfers for the Brisbane Metro project will be accounted for. Council will be returning $728 million in capital to the Department of Transport and Main Roads, Urban Utilities and Energex. This includes the Adelaide Street Busway and Tunnel, Buranda Station, Cultural Centre Station, end-of-trip facilities, King George Square Station and North Quay works to DTMR sewer mains and works to UU and Countess Street, Ernie's Roundabout and UQ Lakes to Energex. In the 21-22 budget book, the Brisbane Metro transfer of assets were assumed to be returned to the state in total in the 24-25 year upon practical project completion. These transfers, however, are now included in operating capability as an expense in the year of transfer of individual assets from 21-22 through to 24-25. This is essentially a change in accounting treatment, and it's based on external technical accounting advice received and in discussions with Council, DTMR, the Queensland Audit Office, and it's also importantly consistent with other Queensland state and local government agencies. At this point, Mr Chair, I'd really like to stop and thank the corporate finance team for their tireless efforts in preparing this significant submission to Council on top of preparations for the June budget. Turning specifically to Program 8, Program 8, through its finance support services, human resources, ICT, property management and disaster management functions, has continued to provide critical support to Council during some very, very difficult circumstances. The February 22 severe rainfall and flood event has contributed to $43 million in additional operational and capital expense for counter-disaster operations. These being the activities undertaken by Council immediately during and after the disaster to support public safety and clean-up, such as standing up the local Disaster Coordination Centre, sandbagging, emergency shelters, clean-up, restoration activities and responding to councillor requests. There is a further $4.2 million allocated at 3BR to address damage to council assets managed within Program 8. This includes replacing damaged fleet, plant and equipment, repairing roof leaks on council buildings and, of course, carpet replacement. To support Brisbane residents affected by the severe rainfall and flooding, Council introduced the $250 rebate to eligible residents and businesses on their next rates bill, which is being well received. In terms of our rebuild and recovery program, $262 million over the next 4 years has been provisionally allocated within Program 8 for revenue associated with Council's claims for funding through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, as well as claims through our insurance providers. In addition to managing Council's response to the recent flood event, there is the ongoing challenges brought on by COVID, global supply chain issues and talent shortages. This has resulted to some changes to budget at 3BR, including decrease in rates revenue, largely driven by more homeowners opting to occupy their properties rather than rent them as an investment. An additional $425,000 in 21-22 to ensure Council can continue to engage with the community through its program of civic events in a COVID-safe way. A $7.25 million reduction in capital due to continued delays relating to the supply of council fleet, and approximately $3 million in project funding moved from 21-22 to 22-23, primarily due to resource availability and the redirection of resources to support critical priorities. Finally, Mr Chair, there are also some capital adjustments worth noting, including the reprioritisation of $200 million to be carried over in 22-23 for the SEQ City Deal Gabba Transport improvements, and a transfer of $20 million set aside for stimulus partnerships to the relevant programs for delivery. Thanks, Mr Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor 3.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on items 1, 2 and 3, or ABC. Just briefly on animal management, it's interesting how expensive this stuff is getting, and I do still wonder about the relative value of outsourcing versus keeping some of this stuff in-house. And I've talked to a couple of people in this field who have pointed out to me that we'd actually save a lot of money in the medium term if the council was a little more assertive about cracking down on private homeowners who allow their animals to wander. I don't know if this is Councillor Howard's portfolio or more like Councillor Marx's, but when someone has a desexed pet cat that they allow to wander through the neighbourhood and shack up with everyone else's pets, that obviously causes a lot of issues in terms of more feral cats that then council has to spend more money catching and rehoming, etc. So it's probably worth the council thinking about what more it could be doing at the front end to stop this becoming such a big problem in the first place. And I wonder if the Mayor would, at some point in the future, give consideration to being a little stricter with homeowners, or sorry, with residents in general, about not allowing their pets to wander so freely, noting that it also has a range of other environmental benefits. Turning to the main items that have been the topic of so much discussion today, I'm obviously really disappointed to see what kinds of projects have been cut. It does certainly feel like a lot more funding has come off active travel projects and as compared to, say, road projects. I guess there's not a lot of point me trying to argue with the LNP here today about why they should have delayed or cut funding to some of their larger road widening and intersection projects, because I know they are really preoccupied with those projects and love spending millions of dollars widening roads. But I did want to sort of offer an idea or pose a question that maybe the Mayor and Councillor Wines and Councillor Murphy can consider and reflect on going forward, which is that a big chunk of the expenses we're seeing in terms of flood recovery relate to road resurfacing, where there's a lot of money there that's going to have to be wasted on fixing up roads that have been damaged by the heavy stormwater and flooding. And through you, Chair, Lord Mayor, there are some roads in this city that are very low-lying, that are very prone to flooding or to flood damage and to storm damage, where it may actually be wiser to just close those roads to general traffic. I'm not going to give you a whole list, and I don't think such decisions should be made lightly, but we saw that a couple of years ago with the southern half of Riverside Drive in West End, which was previously a road open to cars, and it was getting, you know, every time there was big storms and flooding, that road was getting quite eroded, and it was getting more and more expensive to maintain it. And that was one of the factors that led towards the council saying, actually, let's close this road to cars. We'll keep it as a bikeway and pedestrian corridor, but we're not going to allow motor vehicles to keep travelling on it. And as a result, we saved millions of dollars in road resurfacing. And Councillor Wines, I think there are probably other roads across the city or streets that the council should be looking at with a similar eye towards reducing our road resurfacing budget. I'm not talking about closing major arterials or closing the only road that comes in and out of a precinct or suburb. But I am saying that some of those really low-lying roads that might run along creekways or that might connect through the back streets to a park, or where there are multiple alternative routes and a lot of redundancy in the road network, if what you're staring down the barrel of is having to spend millions of dollars on resurfacing roads that are just going to crack up again the next time there's a big flood, maybe you have to start thinking seriously and talking to your transport planners about modelling whether some of those low volume roads are better off being removed from the network and just converted to active transport. I'm just offering it as an idea. I think it has merit. I think it's worth considering. I know that Ipswich and Logan councils, I've been talking to some of the councillors in those areas, and they're doing the same thing. They're saying, look, it's not actually worth us resurfacing this road again to carry trucks. We're just going to have to close it because it's so badly washed out, and it's not essential to the transport network. So let's just turn it into a pedestrian connection instead. That obviously has a range of benefits in terms of promoting active travel as well. But it just sort of breaks my heart to hear that we're cancelling or postponing a whole bunch of bikeway projects and active transport projects so that we can resurface damaged roads, when those roads are just going to get damaged again the next time it floods. I'm sure a lot of councillors know the sorts of roads and streets I'm talking about. They're often not particularly heavily used, but they cost a lot to repair and maintain because they're often at the bottom of a hill or at the bottom of a gully and they keep getting eroded. So maybe let's be mature adults about this one. Let's look at the evidence. Let's look at the cost-benefit analysis and say, hey, it's okay to close a road occasionally. And related to that, and this is something that I would hope that Councillor Murphy would come to the party on as well, is that there are some roads that they're sustaining so much heavy damage because they're carrying so many heavy vehicles. And so if a big chunk of our flood recovery budget is due to the need to resurface roads and repair potholes, I'd suggest that part of the problem there is the rise in volume of really heavy vehicles. I'm talking like semi-trailers and heavy construction trucks running on really small residential roads. And so then when there's a lot of water around, those roads are cracking up really quickly. And that, again, is increasing councils' road maintenance and resurfacing costs. So perhaps there's a case for saying, look, if we are resurfacing this road and it is essential to the network and we don't want to close it off, at least we'll say this road is now closed to vehicles over a certain tonnage or over a certain size, because the damage that those heavy vehicles are continually doing to those small roads represents a very significant cost to council. And the science tells us that we're going to have more of these severe weather events in future. So just patching up those roads and saying, oh yeah, back to normal, we'll have the roads reopened again soon, only for them to become damaged by the next major weather event and then us having to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars more on that, I think is really poor financial management. The council needs to recognise that some of those road assets are costing more to continually maintain and repair than they are actually worth. And I hope, Lord Mayor, this isn't a party political thing. I'm not trying to score points on this, but just I've looked at the costs, the escalating costs of continually resurfacing and maintaining some of these roads, and it's just not sustainable. You talk about budget repair and sustainable financial management and all that sort of stuff, but these are assets that are getting damaged faster, they're deteriorating more quickly. It seems like we just don't have the money to keep up with the road resurfacing needs of the city. So rather than wasting money on streets that aren't particularly important to the transport network. Let's save our road resurfacing money for the major corridors and the roads that really matter to residents and to commuters, and the roads where heaps of people are really concerned about potholes. And if that means that a couple of the low-lying streets along creekways or gullies have to be closed down or converted to pedestrian access, or at least closed to heavy vehicles, then let's make that tough decision and save future council administrations a heck of a lot of money. Thanks.
Sorry, Councillor, further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on items B and C, and it's pretty clear from the contributions from some of the councillors opposite that they have absolutely no idea how to read a financial report, and aren't we lucky that it is an LNP administration looking after the finances and the best interests of the people of Brisbane. I've sat here and listened with interest about language being bandied by those opposite. There is nothing in the portfolio area for which I administer that is nothing more than reflects the budget that we have to provide as a matter of business as usual, providing and reflecting the project delivery timeframes against the report that was shown. So in my portfolio area, we have a number of large projects that have been held up for no other reason except for bad weather, and I think sometimes those opposite forget that we did have a flood in February, and it takes a while to get over that. And when you compound that with the issues that we've had with contractors and our own staff with regard to COVID, so having people available to complete work, that just adds further challenges to delivering projects in the original time frame. Councillor Cassidy mentioned a number of things, and I just want to clear up a couple of the furphies that he mentioned. The first one, or one of them, was around telemetry gauges. I just want to confirm that the quarterly report variance in that regard really relates to a Queensland Government grant. So negotiations are still being undertaken between council officers and the state government with regards to a $100,000 grant that we got. So it's not about us not having telemetry gauges or moving forward with telemetry gauges. It's simply that the state government has not come to an agreement with council officers in that regard. In terms of bushland acquisition, well, we had the Bushland Preservation Levy report in committee today, and those opposite are fully aware that this is nothing more than a reflection of when we sign the contract with the property owner and when the settlement occurs. Mr Chair, the Flood Resilient Homes program, and I think we should be very, very proud as a council that the state government have taken our very popular and well-crafted program that assists Brisbane residents to become more flood resilient in their homes, and they have taken it and running with it. And Lord Mayor, congratulations to you for writing to both levels of government seeking additional funding to roll out, well, particularly for Brisbane, but it's being rolled across the state, because I think without that request from you, we might still be sitting waiting for something to be done at a state level. So well done there. But the amount of money that is showing on the report today is simply a reflection of projects that we have agreed to with the resident, that for whatever reason, whether it's getting a tradesman to be able to do the work, and post-flood working with insurance companies on these because of the balancing what additional damage that may have been acquired over the flood period marries up with the work that we are already doing. So, Mr Chair, I would say that this is a fully reflective report that talks specifically to those projects that we are absolutely continuing in Program 3, and I look forward, Councillor Allen, to delivering on the Nudgee Rec Reserve. They seem to be fixated on the Nudgee Rec Reserve, and as you and I know, that is a project that we absolutely will be delivering in stages, and I look forward to that commencing very, very soon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on briefly on clauses A, B, and C. I suppose most of my comments will be from a local perspective, but some may be a little bit more broad. If we look at clause A, and I wasn't going to actually talk about this one until Councillor Toomey, the acting chair, raised that the animals, or the dogs that we both share large populations of in our wards, and I reflect really on what happened during this last flood of 2022 and what impact that had on a lot of the dog populations on those areas that flooded. Thankfully, my ward was not impacted greatly in regards to this, but there was a lot of wards around me that were, and some of those dogs that were living in those houses got separated from their owners for all sorts of reasons, I suppose. So when I was looking through the review and came across this item on page 20, which is the animal management, right? And I had a look at the text, and it says a decrease in revenue in 2021-22 due to unexpected forecasts. There was a decrease in capital, in expenses, and revenue. And I don't know if there's a decrease in all three categories. Well, I think that's not a good thing for the animals, right? Because obviously those upgrades of those shelters that this money was supposed to, some of this money was supposed to care for, is then pushed out into the next budget. So I think, as Councillor Toomey said, we both care for the dogs in our wards, and I'm sure all the other councillors do too. Many of us have pets, and but I think it's a priority that is one that shouldn't have been pushed out into the next budget, because there's still a lot of work that's being done in those flood affected homes, and of course trying to actually house your animals when you maybe don't have actually a fence because of the flood impact. The dog, it's usually dogs that tend to sort of can run off. I think the shelters really need that support now, and in the future, of course. But I think that small amount of money, it was about $500,000, or sorry, not even $500,000. It's about $200,000. Should be, or about $200,000 collectively, anyways. Should have been prioritised better. In regards to, where am I? In regards to clause B, I came across an item which, this has been a frustrating one for us in my ward anyways, and Thrust Street Park was budgeted to be upgraded by a substantial amount of money, about $1 million, a couple of budgets ago, and we went through the process of consultation and design and all the rest of it, and it was supposed to have commenced and be completed certainly by now, but it certainly was supposed to have commenced in last year's budget, but it wasn't. Sorry, in this year's budget, but it wasn't. And now I read that under in this particular item on page 32 that it's going to be pushed out another year. Now they're about halfway through construction, so I don't know how they're going to do that. How they're going to protect all those half-built or half-completed assets with no softfall, of course. They got a chain link fence around. Is that going to be that way for the next 12 months? I hope not, but that's the Thrush Street Park. It initially, as I say, had a budget of $1 million in the original budget, and then when we came to talk tin tacks and sit down and work out how much money was going to be needed 12 months later, right, the council officer said, well, it's actually going to be about $800,000 now in real value, simply because, of course, things have gone up, and can you supply any of that shortfall for the project? And I said, yeah, we can probably do the zip line that was going to go in, which was to the cost of my ward budget of about $70,000. But overall, there was a decrease of $200,000 on a project that I was very looking forward to, as well as my residents, on a park, Thrush Street Park, which is really right in the center of Inala, actually, and walking distance to thousands of people. And it's been a well-used park over the years. It's got a lot of current infrastructure in it, and we were just going to make it that much more attractive as a district park. Now, moving on to the review. There's another item that popped up locally, and that was a item on page 20. Sorry, that's the wrong page. My apologies. Here we go. Item 14 in regards to the maintaining the lake systems in parks. Yeah. So cut. Yeah. So when I looked at, again, the text, it basically said a decrease in expenses due to savings. That's a way of spinning it. A savings in the Forest Lake Management Plan. Now, I knew that we had made some savings in the desilting of the lake because of new technology that became available. It was like a creepy, instead of having a big arm backhoe type of thing pulling silt out of a lake, which was going to be quite costly, well, very expensive, and also possibly breach the lake floor, the floor of the lake. They came up with this, what can only be described as a really big creepy crawly. If anyone knows what that, if anyone owns a pool and knows what that little system is in your pools, it was a big version of that, which was remote control. And I saw it in operation, and it's a terrific piece of machinery that was designed by a local company, and it was made in Minnesota, of all places. Anyways, so I knew there was some savings there, but I wasn't specifically, didn't know how much. But what really worries me is in 2022-23 and 23-24 and in 24-25, they say that there's going to be a reduction of about $200,000 in the maintenance program, and it's supposed to be due from savings that was able to be made. And I wish I knew what that $200,000 related to and why we were able to save that. It doesn't tell us here, of course, but maybe the chair responsible could find out, because I'd be really interested, and I'm sure my residents will be very interested, because we've just established this lake management plan only about 18 months, 2 years ago, and they won't be happy if we're starting to cut back on that maintenance. Just a couple of other small ones. Intersections, I see that we've cut about $5 or $6 million out of intersections. And I only bring this up because I've got a number of intersections that we've been trying to get upgraded. And to look at these, I'm thinking, I mean, when the Lord Mayor stood up and he was talking about safety issues in regards to the model halls, cutting intersection upgrades is a safety issue. That's the only reason why we're upgrading them, probably two reasons. One, for the flow. Yep.
Lord Mayor, please.
So anyways, just looking at these intersections reminded me of the two that I've been trying to get upgraded for, well, a number of years now. And it is a safety issue. Those sort of things should not be cut. And it's the same with the roads, road resurfacing. And I know we're prioritising, we're taking money away from those that we're going to be resurfaced on a regular maintenance program that's been rolled out over a number of years. But really, those roads that were identified as needing to be resurfaced are probably, in some cases, just as bad, if not worse, than the ones that we're trying to reconstruct from the flood damage.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak to the third budget review, and I want to touch on the impact that the February 2022 flood has had and the project changes that the Lord Mayor has outlined in order to get on with rebuilding and recovery. Rebuilding roads, bridges, bikeways, parks and other sporting facilities absolutely has to be prioritised in the budget to help Brisbane get back on its feet. We're going to prioritise rebuilding and recovery because that's exactly what Brisbane residents want us to do. As the Lord Mayor has outlined, if we took a business as usual approach to reconstruction, then it's very likely that some of the items that require rebuilding and recovery would not be done in time for the 2032 Olympic Games. So of course, there needs to be some major reprioritisation in the budget. A number of projects and programs will be paused and scaled back on a temporary basis to ensure rebuilding flood-impacted infrastructure and assets are put first, and 3BR talks a lot about that. As the Lord Mayor has mentioned, our damage bill from the floods is in the order of $330 million to Council after we are reimbursed from NDRA arrangements. Part of the prioritisation, we've cancelled a number of projects. One of them has been discussed today at length, the North Brisbane Bikeway Stage 5. We learned a lot, Chair, from the community through that design and consultation phase. And of course, as the Lord Mayor's mentioned, we will revisit that project in 2 years when we are through the recovery process. The community's input has not been in vain. But it's very important to acknowledge what the North Brisbane Bikeway Stage 5 is, which is a connector to get people into Kedron Brook. What has happened to Kedron Brook, Chair? Large parts of Kedron Brook have been completely destroyed, and we will need to spend more than double the annual Bikeways budget in the coming financial year, so in the order of $50 million to repair and to rebuild bikeways, particularly in that section of Brisbane. So there is a lot of work that has to be happening, but I cannot put up with this narrative somehow, Chair, that is being put out there by those opposite, that we are somehow cutting or slashing active transport projects across the city to fund the recovery. No administration in the city's history has invested more in active transport than this one. No Lord Mayor has been more committed personally and politically to active transport than this one. So we cannot hear that from those opposite where they carry on and they say, oh, you know, it was politically expedient. Rubbish. Rubbish. A flood came along and destroyed the bikeway that we were going to connect into. So, of course, our priorities have changed. We need to rebuild that bikeway, and that is what we will be doing.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Surrey.
Councillor Murphy, take a quick question.
Councillor Murphy, will you take a question?
Sure.
Councillor Surrey?
Thanks. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Murphy. I find this quite compelling. I guess I wonder to what extent are we looking at rebuilding bikeways in areas that are less flood vulnerable? And I know there's been talk with Kedron Brook of rebuilding it on slightly higher ground or an elevated bikeway. But would it not be cheaper and better in the long term to actually put some of those bikeways along the major roads rather than running them through the squiggly back streets?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, Councillor Sree's made a good point, and you know what he's referring to, I think in large part is parts of the Kedron Brook Bikeway that have been destroyed around Royal Parade, Corbett Park near Uxbridge Street, the crossing at Wolverhampton Street, the crossing at Walker Burke Park. You know, it is a matter of history, Chair, that the bikeways in this city have primarily been built through the 70s, 80s. And most importantly during the 90s and thousands as recreational links, and increasingly we are a council that is interested in building now commuter links for bikeways, and certainly NBB Stage 5 was one of those. But we have to acknowledge the reality of the situation as it is today. Kedron Brook Bikeway serves as a major arterial for bike commuters in our city, and large parts of it have been destroyed. where we can make a business case to the federal government for uplift, for additional funding in order to reroute the Bikeway to potentially safer alignments that are more flood resilient, then of course we will do that. But it's important to understand, Chair, that the very same resources, the very same officers that do the design work, that do the consultation work on these projects that were working on North Brisbane Bikeway Stage 5 are now working on Kedron Brook. And that is all project work that was not expected before February. So we have only certain limited human resources within the council to be able to deal with these issues, and we are dealing with them in a responsible way. There's also repair work that will need to be undertaken, Chair, at Little Cabbage Tree Creek Bikeway and the link into the Centenary Cycleway as well. So just in terms of some of the other movements, we have ferry restoration, and it was talked about the $1.6 million in savings in ferry restoration. Unfortunately, Chair, as you know, we've had to alter our plans to restore 3 of the monohull ferries. We're very lucky to have had our monohull ferries, which we used to provide cross-river and inner-city services for many years. Last year, when we started work on disability access upgrades on the small timber ferries, deterioration was identified after inspecting a single ferry. We decided to commission an inspection of the entire fleet, which is approximately 30 years old. They are late 80s vintage, much like myself. And whilst the business case recommended that purely from a commercial perspective, it would be more economically viable to replace all of the ferries rather than restore them, we recognise that they are a very important part of Council's history and the experience for Brisbane residents when they go up and down the river. However, since then we've experienced both the double whammy of COVID and now this latest February flood, as well as massive deficiencies in terms of the availability of labour and the cost of materials to restore those ferries. Maritime expertise is an extremely limited supply, and the damage from the recent flood event has created an increase in demand for maritime trades. This has been further affected by the February 2022 flood event, in which we experienced damage to 12 of our ferry fleet and the loss of 1 City Cat Binungarung. It's important that we prioritise the repair of the City Cat fleet so that services can resume and we can get people back on the river in as many terminals as possible, as quickly as possible. Taking all these factors into account, we have made the difficult decision to restore only 1 of the monohull vessels instead of 3. This will allow us to restore 1 of the vessels, Calparam, as a reminder of our fleet's history, but also to focus on repairing the remaining City Cat fleet to ensure we can keep our ferry services accessible. We know, Chair, that these vessels are iconic to Brisbane, so we'll be making the remaining monohulls available to interested members of the Brisbane community to acquire as either a private leisure craft or potentially somewhere to live in a creek, or potentially, we've already got an expression of interest here in the council chamber, so we're off to a very good start on that campaign, Chair. So we've already received many inquiries from Brisbane residents about acquiring these vessels, and I'm sure we'll be seeing them back on the river very soon in a different format, which is really, really good and exciting for every one of us at Transport for Brisbane. Finally, in the remaining time that I've got, Chair, just in terms of the $50 million carryover for Brisbane Metro, revenue for major infrastructure projects always requires certain payment phasing and scheduling. I doubt Councillor Cassidy will have any sort of understanding of these kinds of agreements, and he certainly doesn't have any understanding in how to deliver city-shaping infrastructure. Councillor Cassidy is always trying to cast a grey cloud over Brisbane Metro, and that's because deep down he knows that Brisbane Metro will deliver massive benefits to the people of Brisbane, and he knows that his team couldn't pull off a project of this scale even if they tried. Chair, the other thing about Brisbane Metro is that you can see whenever Councillor Cassidy talks about this project, he is just getting more and more green with envy, as Brisbane Metro is the only high priority project listed by Infrastructure Australia. It is the only project that has funding support from both the Queensland Government and the Labor federal government. It is the only project that is working to create a more viable, more efficient, more safe and accessible busway that the state government has neglected for over a decade now. And he knows that the Brisbane residents, when they get on that vehicle, when they ride that metro, when they ride Metro 1 and 2, they will absolutely love the experience on those vehicles. And I just have to, in the remaining time that I've got, Chair, just address, you know, this furphy that constantly comes up that, you know, Brisbane residents were promised, you know, a metro system to rival, you know, Paris, and now we're hearing Montreal is coming into the mix. You know, listen, Chair, Hong Kong, New York, Chair. What the Lord Mayor was saying back at that time, what Councillor Quirk was saying, is that the concept, the original concept of Brisbane Metro was a rubber-tied metro system, the likes of which operate in those cities due to the grades. He never promised that we were going to have, you know, people was going to be Paris overnight,
Murphy,
have underground. So
time
come on.
has expired. No interjections, please. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to also speak on Clause C of the ENC report in relation to the third budget review. And I have to say I'm very concerned, probably even horrified by the cuts that we see coming before the chamber today. And it's interesting that the Lord Mayor said, put up options, tell us what you'd cut. Well, I think quite clearly we said we'd cut advertising. And I think, well, it's ironical. It's ironical that there's no cuts.
Allow the Speaker to be heard in silence, please.
There is no cuts to the Lord Mayor's advertising budget. None. Not one. Not even $1. There is no cuts. But we're seeing cuts to, let's go through a few things. Multicultural and the refugee program, the ageing and disability support program, the inclusive blueprint program. Our community facilities have been cut. Our community halls have been cut. Community health has been cut. These are all delivering for the residents of Brisbane. And this is what horrifies me, is that this administration, and frankly the story of this administration for the residents who are in my electorate, is that this Lord Mayor and this council is only interested in the inner city. That's all they see, that's all they hear about. Inner city projects, inner city green bridges. They hear about the metro and the tunnel in the inner city. They hear about Victoria Park in the inner city. That's all they hear about. That's all you ever see this Lord Mayor do. He's only interested in these multi-billion-dollar projects for the inner city. The Olympics, inner city. The majority of residents, and certainly my residents, live in the suburbs.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
Will Councillor Griffiths take a question?
No, I won't take a question. Thank you.
No.
My concern is that these cuts, we're already seeing cuts in the suburbs, and we have for many years. This council has not been performing in the suburbs for years and years and years. And all you have to do is drive around some of those suburbs, and I was thinking the other day as I listened to the Lord Mayor talk about being chauffeur-driven from Carindale to City Hall, and the suburb that he drives through, and I thought, yep, I can see this. He drives through these leafy suburbs and goes, oh, this is all wonderful. There's no problems here. Come out and have a look at other parts of the city and see infrastructure crumbling. Come out and see how we aren't looking after our drainage network. Come out and see how our shopping centres aren't being looked after. Come out and see how we can't get the grass cut. Come out and see, there are so many things. Come out and see how we aren't looking after our natural areas properly. Come out and see in Rockley the polluted waterways. The polluted waterways that for 10 years after the last flood, 10 years ago, when they got polluted then with industrial waste and large containers of oil and chemicals, we initiated no program to go and actually ensure that those industries didn't let this happen again. And now, 10 years later, we have the problem again, and we have large tracts of land being cleared and dug up to remove this waste. This is my concern. My concern is that we aren't doing our job already. We are missing in action. And the other thing I see then is on top of all that, there's been a great restructuring council. No one asked me what my views were. Councillor Johnston, anyone ask you what your... No, we just had this restructure imposed on the staff. They are unhappy. They are unhappy. They want to deliver for this city, but they are unhappy, and they keep telling me that. So it's crazy that now we can't actually talk and deal with staff as we could as elected members and get things resolved. So this, once again, is another Liberal National Party move to get us further away from getting outcomes for the residents. And you might think it's fun, or think it's a great idea to stop councillors from interacting with staff. I don't know. But it is not working on the ground. It is creating gaps in delivery, it is creating more problems in delivery, and then on top of that, you go and cut these programs. The Village Precinct program, Stormwater and Infrastructure. Oh, interestingly, and it'd be interesting to hear Councillor Angela Owen talk about this. The Stormwater and Infrastructure project in Pollara and a park is being cut and decreased. Are we hearing anything about that? Is Councillor Owen going to talk about that? No, I didn't think so. It is really amazing how neglectful this is and how insulting this is to the residents and the ratepayers of our city who expect better services from this council. They expect better services from this mayor and this council, and they're not getting them. I'll certainly be letting them know why. I'm disappointed, as well as all those broad cuts that are coming through. There's going to be cuts to footpaths, cuts to flying gangs. You can't even get the flying gangs out there anyway. You've got to wait months to get flying gangs to get action. It's just incredible, and you're cutting it. Yeah, Rockley, there's a parks project there being cut. In Archfield, there's a parks project being cut as well. It is just appalling. It is appalling what this council is not delivering, and it is appalling what is proposed here. So, and the worst thing for me, the worst thing is there has been no cut to your advertising budget, not even a token cut to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I just wish to speak principally to item C in this report. And can I begin by saying, in reference to comments about the report from earlier speakers, that this budget review, the variations included within it to the financing of projects and operations, is a response to the events of February and March of this year. The flood was the most expensive single disaster event to ever happen in this city. It affected, I trust, all of my suburbs. I expect that it affected suburbs in most people's wards. And the work to bring that, the clean-up to bear in a fast, safe and healthy manner was very expensive. It cost this city, merely the clean-up alone, cost this city $58 million. And the council, through that, was able to remove 75,535 tonnes of waste from the curb across 3,357 streets, which involved more than 800 council employees and 1,000 council vehicles. That was the clean-up alone. That does not include the 12,000 tonnes of waste that was delivered to our resource recovery centres. That figure operates separately from the 75,000 tonnes of waste that was collected. There were 10 council street sweepers that operated double shifts every day for 6 days a week for 2 weeks, cleaning up mud and debris from the roadway. This was over 285 kilometres of road, with 78 roads requiring significant resurfacing repairs. This council repaired potholes across 176 suburbs, which is almost all of them, to the volume of 17,077 potholes in 4 weeks. Council turned on 1,006 traffic signals that for one reason or another were damaged by the flood within 10 days. And 170 kilometres of council's bikeway, 170 lineal kilometres of council maintained bikeway was made safe and clean by the 1st of April in time for school holidays, which included 300 cubic metres of mud, sand and silt removed from the South Brisbane boardwalk alone. That cost this city $58 million, and that cost to the city is reflected in these papers, that some projects will have to be deferred as a result of those works. Now, if you take 1,000 vehicles and 800 council staff and you reprioritise them from their ordinary work to flood response, it will delay projects. I note some comments about drainage. Typically, the drainage works are, in this city, built in the dry season. The dry season, believe it or not, is now. And it has not stopped raining for weeks. To upgrade a drain, to fix the drain, you have to open the ground, cut the drain out and replace it with another drain, all of which it can be done. It is not practical to do that while it is raining. It puts pressure on the downstream drainage network. It erodes the existing dirt and silt inside the casing where the drain pipe would go, and the work is not properly secured because it's made of cement. So we must wait for the weather to turn before we do the necessary drainage works. As I said, this report speaks to addressing the costs associated with flood rectification. One thing that I didn't mention earlier was that within 10 days, within 2 weeks of the flood event occurring, there were emergent mosquito spraying at 30 suburbs across this city, and which continues to be responsive and as required where it is needed. However, once again, and as noted by Councillor Toomey, if water is flowing, it is very difficult for mosquitoes to breed. It's when the water stagnates and warms up slightly that it becomes a preferred breeding ground for mosquitoes. So it is the cooler months and it is raining consistently, but the funding will be there if it is required. The work to address mosquitoes will be there if needed. There was a number of comments made about projects in the program 2, the infrastructure program. And I just wanted to, there were comments made by Councillor Strunk, for example, talking about the importance of intersection upgrades. Can I please note from this work that the projects listed, Kelvin Grove Blamey, Fig Tree Pocket Road, Enogra Moran, Melton House, Monia and Bellwood have entered a contract phase or are near completion. I would have to ask Councillor Hutton on Monia Bellwood. I think the completion is imminent on that particular project, and I know that the contracts are issued for the others, but there has been a deferral which is reflected in the papers of a $5.9 million deferral to next year to 3.7, which will ensure that those projects, as named, are completed. Other projects listed: Murphy and Ellison, Pickering, Montague Victoria, Adelaide and Wharf, Jefferson and Sherwood. They all reflect the fact that those projects are complete, and the benefit, the money that was not spent to deliver those projects has been received and taken to deliver the flood clean-up work. So those projects are not cancelled or deferred, they are complete, and the savings from those projects have been accepted and are reflected in these papers. Can I also note that there's a...
Point of order to you, Councillor Surrey.
Will Councillor Wines take a quick question?
Yes, yeah, Councillor, yes, I will.
Thanks through you, Chair, to Councillor Wines. What did you think of my point that there might be some roads across the city that are not worth resurfacing and repairing, that we should look at the cost-benefit analysis of maybe closing them down? It's a very general question.
Look, can I say, the problem with a question so general, I think it requires a specific answer to each road that's reflected upon. And while I think that there are examples where it could work, there are other examples where we shouldn't discuss it. So I think that if you were to, how about I address it this way? If you were to volunteer somewhere, I'll consider it. How's that for an answer? All right. All right. Gresham Street Bridge. There was a comment that there were cuts to projects that are ongoing. The Gresham Street Bridge $3 million savings is because the project has come in under $3 million, and I'm looking forward with Councillor Toomey and I, we're going to go have an official opening next week from the project. So the savings reflected are because the project is delivered on time and under budget, and the money that would have been spent there has been again deferred to the clean-up. And the work on Beams Road, we are working with the state to deliver that project, and they are a little fussy. I'll describe it that way. They're a little fussy, but that work will most definitely occur. And that paper, that work is reflected here in these papers as well. So I don't accept the idea that the Program 2 area has had cuts. Some projects have been completed and there are underspends, and they are reflected in the papers. There are also deferrals, but those projects will continue. Some people in this place have referred to their personal experience from the 2011 flood. I too share the experience of being a councillor here through that phase. At that time, I had a number of projects deferred, and they were all of the projects that were deferred for inaugural award in a response to the 2011 flood were delivered within 12 to 18 months. So they were deferred. One final comment before I sit down about a very important piece of community infrastructure in my ward, and I know that you, Mr Chair, are quite a fan of it, the Kedron Brook Bikeway. Now, I am supportive of the deferral of works around North Brisbane Bikeway and other new works around that bikeway, because what's the point of going to a bikeway where significant lengths of it are completely wiped out? The cost of why would an individual want to ride a bike to a bikeway that does not exist because the flood took it away? So the focus should firstly be on reinstatement and betterment of materials, reinstatement and betterment of the conditions within the bikeway that exists today, and once we've completed those, we will then move to expansion of the network. But I think it's vitally important that we rebuild the network better than ever where it was, so that we can use it and enjoy it again, and then we can move to expansions of the network once we have what we used to have back.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Any further speakers? No further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to all of those who have contributed to this discussion. It's interesting because, you know, I'll get you to do a little mindfulness exercise. Close your eyes and think about what Councillor Cassidy and his colleagues just said. Dwell on it for a little while. Does it remind you of anything? Have you heard any of that before? In fact, have you heard any of that every single time any budget papers come through this chamber for years and years and years? They've said exactly the same thing after the most devastating floods that we've ever had, that they say in normal times. They haven't even bothered to adapt their political narrative to the fact that we have had, following a 2-year pandemic, the most damaging flood that we've seen in at least 50 years. The most expensive flood. They've just literally printed off the speech from the last time a budget review came through, or in fact, the same speech from the last time the budget came to council. It's the same speech. They've bothered to do nothing when it comes to providing a real, genuine response to the challenging and different situation that we're in. And I pointed out before that we've seen this extraordinary situation where just recently they've been criticising the Mowbray Park vision that we're going ahead with. They're criticising us for going ahead, and now they're criticising us for stopping it or pausing it. They were criticising Downey Park, and now they're criticising us for stopping it. It's quite extraordinary. And they continued to have a crack for a long period of time about Brisbane Metro when everyone else is on board, and we're still going ahead with Brisbane Metro. It's not being paused. So what has Brisbane Metro got to do with this flood review? But one of the most interesting things is, and the most extraordinary and shameless things that the Leader of the Opposition said, was his comments on the Green Bridges program. Because going back to our mindfulness exercise, close your eyes and picture yourself in question time just last Tuesday. Does anyone remember Councillor Cassidy saying this? He asked a question. It was preceded by a long-winded speech, which was more of a statement than a question, but his question was this: Lord Mayor, will you delay your extra green bridges to fast-track suburban drainage in the upcoming budget? Last week, he was asking me to delay my extra green bridges to fast-track suburban drainage, right? Okay, so that is exactly 1 week ago. Fast forward to this week.
Councillor Johnston.
I would ask all councillors to refer to page 16 of the budget review, the third budget review. Page 16, read along with me. There are 4 items here that all relate to drainage and creek restoration. First one, February 2022 flood damage, stormwater assets. That's investment in fixing up stormwater assets. February 2022 flood damage, creek remediation, investment in fixing up creeks which are part of the stormwater drainage network. February 22 flood damage, enclosed drains. And then February 2022 flood drainage, open drains. Okay, so this is what we're investing in the recovery and the response into drainage. Now guess what it is? Guess what it is? Is it $1 million? Is it $2 million? Is it $3 million? Is it $6 million? Over 2 years, we are investing $69.5 million into those suburban drainage projects. The drainage projects I just listed, the 4 different projects, $69.52 million over the next 2 years. $69.52 million. And so last week, Councillor Cassidy asked me to pause the green bridges and spend money on drainage. This week, I'm delivering exactly what he asked for, and he's like he's eaten a lemon. He's like, yet the gall of him to then say, even though I asked you to do it last week, I'm going to accuse you of breaking a promise this week. This is extraordinary. So let's go back to the very first day that I became Lord Mayor. And let's have a look at what I actually said, not what Councillor Cassidy has claimed that I said. Now, I have the media release. And the media release here is dated the 31st of March 2019. And it's actually from me as Deputy Mayor, because I wasn't sworn in to be Lord Mayor until the week after, on the 8th of April. And this release talks about my plan, together with my team's plan, to build new green bridges and to invest at least $550 million in those green bridges. Let me read from the record as to what I said on that day. That's why I'm announcing a plan for 5 new green bridges to help reduce traffic congestion and dramatically improve Brisbane's cross-river connectivity. This will be a major program costing at least $550 million, aimed at tackling traffic congestion, improving public and active transport, and creating a healthier, more active city. And then I go on to say, Council will contribute at least 2/3 of the cost of these bridges. Did I ever say 100%? No. From day one, 2/3. And then I went on to say, I will also seek contributions from state and federal governments. Day one, that's what I actually said. And from day one, Labor has continued to misrepresent the facts. And so right now, fast forward to today, we have fast-tracked the first 2 bridges, and we said we would go it alone on those first 2 bridges because it was the right thing to do. We never said we would go it alone on all 5 bridges. We said the first 2 bridges, they are now under construction, but lo and behold, the federal government has put in $60 million towards the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. So that is a good outcome. So it's not just that first day media release and statement that was made. My very first budget as Lord Mayor, once again, we see here, under the section New Green Bridges, Council will contribute at least 2/3 of the cost of these bridges, and we will also seek contribution from state and federal governments. Okay, that's the first budget. My second budget, here we go. Second budget. We said those bridges would be a major 10-year project for the city, which was always the case right from day one. Part of making the Brisbane of tomorrow better than the Brisbane of today. Ahead of the election in March, I committed to fully funding, if necessary, 2 of those bridges. Not 5, 2 of those bridges at Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek, rather than waiting for the state and federal governments to hand down their budgets. And today, my team delivers on that commitment, with $23 million in the next 12 months to ramp up work and more than $300 million over 4 years. Of course, we will continue to advocate strongly for funding from other levels of government. So, on my first day, in my first budget, in my second budget, I made it clear. And who was here the whole time? Who was listening to all of this? Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy. He either chose to not hear or ignore it, or he is misrepresenting the facts. And so what we see is, by Labor repeating their same cynical political message every time budget documents come through, every time a budget review comes through, they have lost all credibility. They have lost all credibility.
Point of order to you, Councillor.
Will the Lord Mayor take a question?
Lord Mayor, will you take a
Yes,
question?
I will.
Lord Mayor, would you reflect on the fact that during his remarks on 3BR just then, Councillor Cassidy also restated that we hadn't yet got any money from other levels of government for the Green Bridges program?
Lord Mayor.
Well, as I've just pointed out, we received a commitment of $60 million from the federal government as part of the city deal for the first Green Bridge, and we're looking forward to getting more money from the other levels of government too. Thank you for the question. But I guess Councillor Cassidy's propensity to gild the lily was evident just a matter of days ago when we saw this extraordinary situation where the De Jersey review came down. Now, that report was given to Councillor Cassidy at 12:40 p.m. in the afternoon. Yet surprisingly, Councillor Cassidy was out doing media on the report at 12:30. He was giving commentary on a report that he had not even read or seen. He had not read the 37 recommendations or the report, yet he was commenting on it. That tells you everything you need to know about this opposition leader and this opposition.
Thank you. We now move to the vote on the E&C report. Yes, I know, thank you. And we are in seriatim for item A, so I'll move item A first. All in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Now move to the vote on items B and C together. Items B and C. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division been called by Councillor Cook and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Eyes to the right, nose to the left. My right and left. Okay. Okay. I think that's everybody. Please, clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 7 against.
That item is carried. Thank you. Councillors, resume your seats. Councillors, the next item is the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee held on Tuesday the 17th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I wanted to firstly start with what's on in the Brisbane Business Hub this week. So we've got two events. We've got one tomorrow about building business resilience with sustainability, which is being run by CCIQ. And then next Tuesday, we've got the art of building a premium brand with visual content, and that is going to be run by Content Lions. So please don't forget to jump onto the businessinbrisbane.com.au website to find out what's on at the Brisbane Business Hub. But last week in committee we received a presentation from the Brisbane Economic Development Agency in regards to the Lord Mayor's Business Awards. Now in its 17th year, the Lord Mayor's Business Award celebrates the outstanding achievements and success of Brisbane, business and our business people. The 2022 awards will highlight the excellence, success and innovation our business community is known for, while also acknowledging the important contribution of local businesses make to our community, city and our economy. The Lord Mayor's Business Awards are the preeminent business awards for Brisbane, advocating all local businesses, no matter what size, to nominate and experience firsthand the opportunities the awards bring. We have a fantastic array of sponsors this year on board and approximately 60 judges drawn from industry and academia who have the hard task of sifting through all of the many nominations we receive to select the various winners. Each year, the awards tell of inspiring stories of local businesses and people behind them. By sharing these stories, our businesses succeed locally, nationally and internationally. We hope to encourage and inspire others to succeed as well. We've seen some outstanding winners over the last 16 years, and last year was no different. From launching the Australian Stock Exchange to opening new manufacturing plants, last year's winners have been busy making strides locally, nationally and internationally. Now, for those of you who don't know, there are 11 diverse award categories, capturing the breadth of business, excellence, innovation and ingenuity in Brisbane. I would really encourage each and every one of you to go out to your local businesses and encourage them to nominate. Nominations are now open and they close on Friday the 15th of July. And the winners will be announced at the gala ceremony at City Hall on Friday the 21st of October. I would like to thank Nikki Reid, who runs the program, and you could see in the presentation just the passion and zest she has for this program, and I would really like to thank her for her incredible efforts in pulling together the award series, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No further speakers. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Point of order.
Point of order. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I'm seeking the following further information with respect to paragraph 7 of the report. How many wombat crossings are there in Brisbane?
Thank you.
Chair, look, if I can get that information through the duration of this committee report, I'll be happy to provide that information. If not, I can provide it next week.
Thank you.
Chair, last week the Transport Committee received a presentation about how Council approaches pedestrian crossing design. Council's pedestrian networks include footpaths, pathways, tracks, urban spaces, bridges and bikeway paths. We know that councils often receive queries, Chair, from the community about pedestrian safety, and this presentation was helpful, or I thought it was very helpful, in providing context for the work that TPO undertakes in this space. It's important to me that we have a city that is safe and that it's easier to get around by foot, because after all, we're all pedestrians at one point or another. Alongside the infrastructure improvements that get made, the crossings outlined in the presentation, the shared paths delivered as part of Bikeway projects,
We need the right policies and plans to keep delivering better walking outcomes for our city. As I outlined at the last Active Transport Advisory Committee meeting at the start of this year, we are continuing to work on a walkable Brisbane strategy. The state government has their walking strategy, but I didn't want to steal the incredible title of that strategy. So I think it suggests to people that we should have a strategy as to how one should walk, rather than a strategy as to how we shape policy outcomes within council around pedestrian mobility. So it's for that reason we've gone with a walkable Brisbane strategy. It's something that's very important. It's also very important that we get it right, with real tangible actions to improve walkability around Brisbane and to give insight to other areas of council, whether it's the road planning teams or development services, as to how we should like them to approach issues within their part of council when it comes to aiding walking and mobility. And it will be ready when it's ready, Chair. Right across Transport Planning and Operations branch, and indeed across Brisbane infrastructure, we are always looking for more opportunities to prioritise people's mobility around the city. I do take some comments from some of the committee members in respect of the presentation that's not always clear how council makes decisions around how we prioritise mobility and how we balance and weigh that up when it comes to dealing with the road space. And certainly I think strategies like the Walkable Brisbane strategy will help to make those principles clear, both inside the council and externally. And I'll leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on item A, pedestrian crossing design. I think this is one of the areas within council where consistently over the past, decade or longer, the whole time I've been here, that this LNP council has let Brisbane residents down. This administration chronically underfunds pedestrian safety and pedestrian infrastructure. And it is almost a joke to me that Councillor Murphy is standing up here and trying to portray this great idea that somehow this administration is delivering on improvements to pedestrian safety around Brisbane. We know that pedestrians are at risk every day on our roads, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples where council's design hasn't even got to a design point. So 3 years ago, Jeff Copeland was killed while out walking on the corner of Venner Road and Lagonda Street in Annerley. He was just walking home. He's a well-respected doctor, and his family have been an active part of lobbying for changes on Venner Road, and his wife and daughter were part of our active school travel committee at St Sebastian's. The family have wanted me to push hard for pedestrian improvements, and yet this council has refused to do anything. They finally came out to brief me, the design team, and they're not going to do anything to improve pedestrian safety where Jeff died. They're not going to reduce the speed limit. They might put some yellow lines on corners. There's already yellow lines on most of the corners, so there'll only be a couple of extra corners. And this wasn't an obscurity issue with respect to cars being parked on corners. There was a different issue here to do with the failure to handle the intersection at the top of the hill. They're not going to put in extra traffic lights, so there's a green walk signal. They're not going to put in extra pedestrian crossing points. They're not going to put in extra pedestrian warning signage. They're not going to do any of these things, not a single thing. And when the design team came to speak to me and I asked them what happened, they couldn't even tell me what happened to Jeff, how the accident happened. This is a pedestrian that died 3 years ago on our roads, and this council is doing nothing. Now that follows 2 other pedestrians dying up on Ipswich Road in Annerley Junction, where it was, I don't know how long, Councillor Griffiths, I've been at it as long as I can remember, to try and have the speed limit reduced on Ipswich Road and pedestrian safety improved on Ipswich Road, and every little thing that we've had done there has been a hard-fought battle that I've been involved with and there's still so much more to do. The Move Safe report that this administration do not want to speak about at all and continue to ignore, recommended major upgrades throughout Annerley and other areas of the city, and they've done nothing. The Ipswich Road Corridor Study recommended major upgrades, including to Eckerburn Road and Ipswich Road, to make sure there's a safe crossing point across the slip lane. This administration has done nothing. This administration, to my knowledge, does not have a single wombat crossing in the city. Now, I don't think Councillor Murphy knows, because I don't think there are any. But you would think, when he's running a presentation in his committee, that he might know how many wombat crossings there are in Brisbane. That was a key focus of the report last week. I don't think there are any, because I've been asking. I think they're excellent. I've been asking for them in my ward, and every single time the traffic planners tell me, sorry councillor, we don't have any. We're just still looking into them. Yet here it is in a report with the LNP administration pretending they do things like this. Come on, Councillor Murphy, through you, Mr. Chairman. Please tell us where the wombat crossings in Brisbane are in your reply here today. Here's another one. Please stand up and tell me, with respect to point 6, how many new zebra crossings have been installed around the city in the last year, in this year, current budget year? Stand up and tell me, because I've been asking for them at key locations, including outside Graceville Rail Station and outside Fairfield Rail Station, for the past, I don't know, 6 years, 7 years, as long as I can remember there as well, and they will not put them in. These are high pedestrian areas, trafficked areas, where this council will not put pedestrian infrastructure in. This would help people get to the train station, students to get to school, people going to work, kids going to uni. It would reduce traffic on our street. It would make it safer for people crossing busy roads. And yet, do we see them being delivered? We just heard Councillor Murphy stand up and say, and I quote, "We're always looking for more opportunities to prioritise pedestrian improvements." Well, clearly not in Tennyson Ward, because I keep putting them up and you and this council keep saying no. It is not good enough that this council wants to stand up and talk about design but does not deliver it on the streets of Brisbane. We are not seeing pedestrian safety improvements through the provision of additional infrastructure. I have nearly 30 pedestrian refuges on a capital works list waiting to be funded in my ward. Do you know how many the LNP have funded in the last decade in my ward? None. I've had to fund them out of the trust funds. We don't get any footpath funding anymore, as Councillor Murphy very helpfully told us in the information sessions last year. We've just got to use our trust funds. So our trust funds have to fund every playground upgrade, every footpath upgrade, every small road upgrade, every pedestrian upgrade. And you know how much money we get? $500,000. $500,000. That is it. It's not like Tennyson Ward's getting any additional funding for these things. So I'm really interested, Councillor Murphy. You're promoting these wombat crossings. How many of them are there in Brisbane and where are they? Why don't you share that with us? This administration has failed to support the necessary pedestrian infrastructure needed to keep people safe. They're trying to do the right things with cyclists, but pedestrians are way off the back of that. Cyclists are getting improvements all around Brisbane, and good on them. They're an effective lobby group. But we can't even get safe crossing points across Cornwall Street, which leads to a hospital, a school, a train station. We can't get slip lanes that this council's own report says should not exist in Brisbane. We can't get them properly made safe with either a zebra or a green light on the corner of Cornwall Street and Annerley Road. We can't get anything from this administration, yet they want to stand up before us today and proclaim their brilliant design work. Well, come on, Councillor Murphy, tell us where this is actually happening in Brisbane, because it's not happening in Tennyson Ward, and it's certainly not happening in the areas where my community petitions, multiple petitions, where we make budget requests, where residents make requests, where the coroner makes requests. We're not seeing this council act to make it safer for pedestrians in Brisbane, and that is appalling.
Thank you. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I really know. It's just a committee presentation. It was a committee presentation, Chair. So, and in terms of the Wombat crossings, Chair, the answer to that question was provided to Councillor Johnson in a response to a question on notice on the 19th of May 2020. So just check your emails. Thanks.
Thank you. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour of this report, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The presentation last week was on the Story Bridge restoration project, and one of the reasons that I wanted to do this presentation, along with an accompanying opportunity for committee members to attend the Story Bridge and have a tour through it to see the sort of works that are happening, is too often I hear that this is the Story Bridge repainting works. And I wanted people to know that it was so much more, that it is so much more than that, that even if it were merely that, there's 36,000 litres of paint required to paint this particular piece of infrastructure, this iconic and important bridge in the middle of our city that sits at the heart of so many of our sort of tourism promotional photographs. But I wanted people to come and see. I wanted them to come and see what the project was actually about. And can I thank those councillors who did come along and have a look, and I hope that they appreciated exactly the amount of work that was being done by officers in that place at that time. So can I just talk about the sort of things that are happening as part of the project? So, and why does it cost so much to deliver this particular project? Firstly, it requires the installation of scaffolding and encapsulation systems. The encapsulation system will help reduce the impact of works on the local community while ensuring safe and a safe workplace. You must remember that the Story Bridge not only abuts very closely homes and businesses, but also recreational facilities that are that are at times under the bridge. It's important to recall that at some point in the bridge's history, the people who were maintaining it did not or were not aware that some of the paint that they were using had lead, which was toxic to human beings, and we must remove it in a safe manner for those individuals who literally live, work and play next to or under that bridge. When removing that sort of material, it requires specialised equipment and specialised training of individuals. And can I thank the people who demonstrated their gear to us, which was a double set of overalls and a kind of a helmet. They kind of look like Marty McFly's outfit at the start of Back to the Future, and it's a full encapsulation of the individual, and then they have to actually plug themselves into air conditioning because it gets so hot in there, and then they have to use a pressure washer to remove the material, right? And now the pressure washing is at 2,000 psi to remove the outer layers of paint and the lead elements inside it. Some instances inside the bridge include 9 layers of paint. Interestingly, if you consider the weight of paint and 9 layers of it, the amount of paint on the building, the amount of paint on the bridge is equivalent to having a series of semi-trailers parked on the bridge, length to length the entire time, which is an interesting way to consider what many would consider a particularly light item when in that sort of 36,000 litre volume becomes very, very heavy. There's abrasive blasting and sand and water blasting to remove it. Now, for those who don't quite understand, there's not merely the clear, pure face you look at, but you must also get in and under the metalworks, and it can be quite delicate and sort of finicky work to be able to clean those surfaces. Also, the rivets need to be cleaned, and in some instances they will need to be replaced. So as they're identified as a loose rivet, they are replaced. At the time they're identified, there's also a strengthening process. There is a level of oxidation that has occurred in the bridge, and that has to be addressed, and there has to be strengthened steel placed around it. Once we have identified the issues in the structure, strip back the paint, address the strength issues, ensure that it's properly maintained, then at that point we recoat the structure with 3 layers: a zinc-rich epoxy primer, a chlorinated rubber intermediary, and then top coats. I have had a number of questions. Why is it grey? The answer is because in the lead up to World War II, naval battleship grey was the most abundant colour around, and that's the colour that it was painted. For people who are particularly interested in trivia around the bridge, there are 4 types of grey that you can identify with a particularly keen eye. So the interjection was any of the minesweeper grey? It may well have been. It may well have been.
50 shades of grey.
It provides a protective barrier against corrosion and contains no lead whatsoever. We expect that future maintenance needs will mean that it will extend the life of the bridge somewhere between 20 to 80 years. Each coat of paint requires extensive hand brushing and to ensure coverage around every rivet and in every joint between the steel plates. And stripe coating is then followed by spray painting, and great skill is required to ensure all surfaces are properly cleaned and maintained, including the deep cavities. The final product is the bridge as we know it, protected by its heritage protection, there to last decades longer than the original engineers had intended. Some final trivia, if anybody ever asks you, it's called the Story Bridge is what's called a cantilever K-span bridge. Is it the variety of, which we all sort of knew off the top of our heads, I'm sure. So it's what's called a cantilever K-span bridge. And what's actually also interesting when it comes to maintenance, the bridge exists quite a bit over land, and that's the easy work that we've been doing. Then once the bridge moves over water, it becomes far more difficult. This project also includes replacement of the footpaths that are abutting the Story Bridge, which most of us would be familiar with, and it also includes the construction of a series of maintenance gantries, which will also reduce future costs. The objective of this project is to lengthen the life, repaint it and give proper maintenance of the Story Bridge, lengthen the life of the bridge by decades, and reduce future costs of the maintenance of the bridge into those years. So we have decided to bring forward costs. There's been a bring forward of future costs while properly addressing the issues in that structure today. Now, I suspect that through this report there will be some comments diminishing the work that we are doing on the Story Bridge, and I ask those people to come with me through the Story Bridge and we'll show you what we are doing, because once you are aware of what we are doing, you will no longer hold those opinions.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, I'd just like to add to some comments and thank Councillor Wines for actually doing the tour. I think it was a great idea, and it was really useful to actually go out of the committee room and see and meet some of the staff who are doing such good work. It was, and I was just interested in some of the history of the Story Bridge, particularly as it relates to my area. The Story Bridge was actually constructed, or what do you say? It was poured. The iron was poured at Salisbury at a workshop called Evans Deacons. So it was actually made in Salisbury, made in Brisbane, and then constructed at the site. So it was actually, when I did a bit of research on this, it was actually today, 87 years ago, so the 24th of May 1935, that work began on the bridge. So how's that for a coincidence? It's an interesting coincidence. and it actually came out of a commission that Brisbane City Council at the time conducted, talking about a number of crossings for Brisbane, the Brisbane River, and this was certainly one that was supported by the Commission. It was opened in 1940, so that was 82 years ago. The highway, so apparently according to the officers who took us on the tour, that's the shortest highway in the world that runs over the bridge. You're saying it's right, Councillor Cook, and it's called the Bradfield Highway. And Bradfield Highway is actually named after the person who designed the bridge. I didn't realise that, so it was just good to know that, so just some of this history. And the bridge was named after John Douglas Story, who was a senior public servant who strongly advocated for the bridge. And I'm proud to say that my great-grandfather, Jack O'Brien, worked on the bridge, was one of the riggers on the bridge. So that's a nice bit of family history to have go back in terms of, I hadn't realised till we climbed up into the structure how huge it is. It is just, it's an amazing piece of infrastructure. The other thing I don't think you said, Councillor Wines, is that it's only one of 3 bridges in the world that you can actually climb. So the others you can't climb because it's too wet or too dangerous. So it's Auckland, Sydney and Brisbane. So there's another little fact for us. And the last thing I'll draw to the attention of the Chamber is that it cost £1,150,000 to build. So it was very cheap. But pounds. I would like to thank, I think it's Glenn Minnie, who was the officer, Miney, who took us on the tour, led the tour. He and his staff did a really good job. They're very professional. And yeah, I think it was a very good experience for us in terms of just seeing the day-to-day operations and just the sheer, seeing some of the spaces the officers are working in and doing sandblasting in, and the confined spaces really makes you appreciate how hard they actually work to maintain such a magnificent structure like that. So once again, I'd like to thank you, Councillor Wines, for organising that. Cheers.
Thank you. Councillor Wines, further speakers? Summing up, disappointed you didn't talk about the Warren trusses that make up the bridge. That's another good trivia question. We now move this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Allen, the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Cunningham that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. In committee last week we received a presentation on Botanica, which is a really great open-air art exhibition that we run each year in the city. I did touch upon it in question time last week, so I'll keep it brief this afternoon, but it's certainly one of our more popular cultural events. It's in its 4th iteration this year. We had a year where we missed it out due to COVID, but in the event last year we got 70,000 people through the exhibition. I suspect the rain will perhaps diminish the numbers this year, but nonetheless it is a terrific event. I had an opportunity to go down and have a look at it last Thursday night. A number of members of this chamber came down and had a look. It is a really unique event. It's kicked off on the 20th of May. It runs through to May 29th, so hopefully we'll get some dry days towards the end of the week. It is open from 5 till 10 p.m. in the evening. It's in the Botanic Gardens, so it's a great canvas for this type of art. It is a free event, so if people get an opportunity to pop down, they should. It also has an element which we call Botanica Live Nights, where we have music, food trucks, there's a bar there, there's activities, so it's certainly more than just an art show. The program has been put together in collaboration with the Museum of Brisbane, and so thank you very much to them for their input. They've done a terrific job with this particular exhibition. The event is really terrific because a lot of the art is designed to be viewed at night, and a couple of the artworks are really extraordinary and eye-catching. So, as I said, if you get a chance to pop down and have a look, do so. There will be information available on the website in due course showing those artworks, but it's nothing like actually going down there and having a look at them. And certainly the feedback I got from people who were out there and experiencing the show, they thought that, you know, it was something that was worthwhile visiting. It's something that showcases the outstanding artists that we have in the city. They've had a tough time over the last couple of years, and this was a real opportunity for them to showcase their skills, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No further speakers? Thank you. I now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, 17 May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. The committee presentation last week was on the completed Wally Tate Park project, which has significantly improved the outdoor sports and recreation opportunities for people in that local area. The park now features a new amenities block, new footpaths, a barbecue, picnic shelters and a new car park. There are also realignments made to the existing dog off-leash area, as well as improvements for the Queensland Lure Coursing Association. And for those who don't know what lure coursing is, and I didn't until recently, that's where dogs chase an artificial lure, similar to a plastic bag across the field, following in a pattern to simulate an escaping game. So I'm sure the pups will have a great deal of fun in the park. But of course, the major feature of the Wally Tate Park upgrade was the improvement to the cricket facilities. And I was pleased to join Councillor Marks for the official opening with the Caribbean Knights Cricket Club, who were very excited to have a new junior cricket field. They've got 4 new practice nets, as well as upgrades to the existing senior cricket field to include new wickets, turf, irrigation and lighting. Item B was a petition requesting that council stop removing mountain bike jumps and to build additional medium-sized bike jumps in Brighton. Mr Chair, it was a petition with 4 signatures. The petitioners had raised concerns about the removal of unauthorised bike jumps that had been constructed in the Brighton wetlands. The jumps were removed due to their impact to the natural environment and to protect the reserve's conservation purposes, and the committee supported that recommendation. Item C was a petition requesting council rename the park at the corner of Tathra Street and Webster Street, Stafford, known as Father Jack Madden Place. The committee supported the recommendation that should the petitioners wish to submit an alternative name, council will consider renaming the park in accordance with council's naming parks, facilities and tracks procedure. And I leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. Any debate? No debate. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Next report, City Standards. Councillor Toomey, City Standards Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move that the report of City Standards Committee meeting date held on Tuesday the 17th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Toomey, seconded by Councillor Hutton, that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Tuesday's committee meeting presentation was one around Council's preparedness for bushfire and the planning that goes into it. And I want to start off by thanking the committee members for what was probably, for me anyway, and those that were present, one of the most excellent presentations I've seen around bushfire preparedness. The amount of work that council officers, in conjunction with Queensland Fire and Emergency Services, QFES, do in preparing a lot of our bush area. Deputy Chair, for the bushfire season is truly outstanding. We are talking about months and months and months of work going into preparation for a burn. Just to give you some of the idea of the stats that are around, Council actually maintains over 10,600 hectares of bushfire-prone area, and that area is broken up into 755 lots. Council manages the fire risk along 528 kilometres of fire tracks through the city and maintains water points along the way so that our fire trucks that are using those tracks in an event can actually replenish their trucks with water to put fires out rather than heading back to a main supply. There are a number of methods that Council use in reducing fire risk across the city. One is obviously mechanical, where the brush is removed. There's also a chemical method where a growth retardant is used on vegetation to slow down that growth. Mr. Chairman, as I touched on before, QFES play a big part in our assistance, and QFES maintain a website that actually notifies the community of where bushfires are, not only ones that are being conducted by Brisbane City Council, but also other agencies across Brisbane that include Parks and Wildlife, and also in my area around the Inogra Base, the Defence as well. Interestingly enough, Council used to be issued with a permit to burn, and that was one permit a year. And QFES moved away from that method, so now a permit is required for every burn, and this gives our community the resolution to know when a fire is planned, and for them who, for those who are in a way compromised by the smoke that is created by a fire burn or a burn off, they can take remedial action to put themselves into a safe place. Mr. Chair, I do want to thank the officers. As I said earlier, the work that goes into our planned burns is underrated, and I don't believe the community realise that it's not just a simple case of actually walking into the bushland and lighting it up. The amount of work that goes into this, into the burns, is phenomenal, including protecting significant trees, where they rake the vegetation away from the tree, to fauna spotters that identify trees that are providing habitat to our native animals. There is a huge amount of work, and I really do want to pass on my thanks to those council officers that undertake this work. I know when I used to have sections of my ward that have moved into Pullenvale now, there was a lot of work in this space, and I did see the work that the officers do in that space, and I was truly impressed and overwhelmed by the amount of preparedness that they put into a burn. I do want to add, though, that the relationship between our community, those along the Mount Cootha area, my part of the ward, and the relationship with council officers is quite close. They work together to ensure that people and property are safe, and that when a burn is lit, there's obviously plenty of communication that goes on between our officers and our residents to make sure that everyone is in a safe position once they do light up for a burn. Mr. Deputy Chair, I just want to also touch on the recent weather impacts. As the Chamber would know, we've had a significant amount of rain over the past week. This has obviously dampened the ground in many of our green spaces, and just want to inform the Chamber that this has pushed the mowing schedule back slightly. Sometimes I do have to state the obvious, Councillor Johnson, because seriously, people on that side of the chamber just don't listen. Just do not listen. So I just want to thank, the councillors for their patience and residents for their patience as well. And once the ground dries out and presents no danger to the contractors and the mower operators, we will actually get in and complete that cut as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Toomey. Is there any debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on item A, bushfire planning and preparedness. And I'll just, which is item A, I just want to preface my comments by saying that I'm really pleased that there is a good bushfire strategy for the city, and I note and also thank the officers who are involved in this planning. But I do want to do a little compare and contrast with respect to how Council's bushfire planning and preparedness is undertaken and how Council's flood management preparedness and planning is undertaken. In the report before us today, the first thing to note is that apparently Council has a bushfire management policy. I'd like to know if there is a flood management policy. I don't believe there is. So whilst this council invests a huge amount of time, money, effort, disaster planning scenarios, disaster preparedness, has a plan for bushfires, there is no similar plan for flood preparedness in this city. And if there is, Councillor Toomey can hop up and correct me at the end, because I don't believe there is one. It is astonishing to me that this council puts this much effort into managing bushfires, and I can't remember the last time there was a bushfire within Brisbane City Council. I'm not aware of there being a big bushfire that burnt down people's houses in Brisbane in the 14 years that I've been here. In the 14 years that I've been here, there have been at least 3 major floods that have impacted in residents in my ward. And since 1974, there's been about half a dozen major floods that have impacted on homes in Brisbane. So the first thing I note is that while this council has a bushfire management policy, it does not have one for floods. And perhaps this is a good starting point for council. It is very clear that the De Jersey report recommended that more is done with respect to flood management planning, and it has not been done over the past 11 years, and it needs to be done. If this is a blueprint that works and is used by council officers to prepare, it's a good place to start. I note with interest that council has undertaken fire risk assessment over 528 kilometres of fire access tracks. Now, Oxley Creek is 70 kilometres long, Brisbane River through Brisbane. I'm not sure how far it is out to Councillor Adamans' area, but he might know. But the area of river and creeks that we service in Brisbane would be a pretty similar length to that when you count Breakfast Creek and all the other creeks. I'm really interested in the equivalent amount of effort that council puts into managing the creeks and the river flood risk, because certainly those issues were criticised very heavily in the De Jersey review as not being addressed in any significant way. He recommended numerous improvements to the way in which council collects information about flooding, how it reports on flooding. He certainly recommended that infrastructure is improved, the resilience of infrastructure is improved. He recommended disaster training, disaster scenario planning, all of these things in the De Jersey review to improve in the area of flood preparedness and planning. It is something that council does for bushfires, but there aren't any bushfires in Brisbane. There are floods. There have been 3 major floods in the time that I've been the councillor for Tennyson, and twice a year it floods in localised areas in my ward and Councillor Griffiths as well. I also note that Councillor Toomey talked about the importance of communication and how council and the residents worked together to make sure that people and property were safe. I can tell you now that this council does not do that when it comes to flooding in our area. Even though there are some telemetry gauges along Oxley Creek, this council did not warn residents that Oxley Creek was going to flood. And it's interesting, the De Jersey Review was pretty clear that council knew on Saturday that the river was going to flood, that there was flooding in Brisbane, and yet the alerts did not go out until Sunday night when it was too late. It had been flooding since Saturday morning in my ward through people's houses. So I note that somehow council, with respect to bushfire management policy, can communicate clearly with residents to manage bushfire risk. So again, I say that perhaps this is the starting point for improving our flood management, to make sure that we clearly communicate with residents who live along Oxley Creek, the Brisbane River and the other major tributaries of the Brisbane River to help them manage the flood risk, because it has not been happening. I also note that council has numerous resources, including a number of dedicated officers and vehicles and lots of other things that they use for flood recovery. We had one parks officer trying to shut all the roads who couldn't get from one side of my ward to the other to actually shut the roads. There is not enough of these resources going into flood management, yet there seem to be plenty of that available when it comes to bushfire management and preparedness. Again, that points the way that we should be looking to improve preparedness when it comes to floods. For example, we have an emergency access point in Oxley. I asked for it to be opened.
Councillor Johnston, I'm sorry, I just need to take you back to the report for one second. I can appreciate that there are elements of reference to the early warning service in regards to flood warnings, and I've given you a fair amount of leeway to talk more generally, but I'd ask you if you could please come back specifically to fire, and if you wish to discuss the early warning system for flood warnings, you can.
I'm definitely not talking about the early warning system here. I appreciate what you're saying. I am doing a compare and contrast here, and I am talking about the importance of learning from this policy and applying it into other areas of policy. And I would think, Mr Deputy Chairman, that that might be useful in your ward as well. But what I would like to see are the same level of resources that are being applied into our bushfire preparedness and planning being applied into council's flood management planning and preparedness, and opening up emergency access gates so that people can get out of islanded areas is a critically important way of doing that. So I'll leave it there, but again, where I started, say I thank the officers who are doing a good job with bushfire policy. I note that there is a good plan in place. I know that there are dedicated resources. I know that there are ongoing planning, risk management activities. There are practical on the ground activities that happen. These are not being replicated when it comes to flood management, and it is absolutely something that council should be doing, and that is an issue that is recommended in the De Jersey report that we got a few weeks ago. So I would just say that I hope we can learn the lessons of this, and certainly if we can maintain 528 kilometres of fire track, we should also be maintaining the same distance when it comes to our rivers and our creeks around the city to make sure that they are ready, that they are prepared, and the residents who live along them are warned and better communicated with when there is a risk of flooding happening in those areas.
Is there any other debate? Councillor Toomey, reply.
Thank you, Mr Chair, Deputy Chair, and I thank Councillor Johnson for her comments and her gratitude towards council officers for the work that they do in bushfire preparedness. It is worth noting that for committee presentation last week, Councillor Johnson was not in attendance, and that, I believe, is probably the reason why she veered off on her comments towards flooding. There was no flooding in the presentation at all.
Point of order, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Don't know how you can be misrepresented. We handed an apology down for Councillor Johnson in the committee presentation, committee meeting, Mr Deputy Chair. But moving on, with respect to the comments made by the Councillor for Tennyson, this is maintenance. This is what Council does as part of its maintenance program of its bushland area. One thing I did not mention is that ongoing maintenance also helps the biodiversity of our bushland area. There are certain species of vegetation, of fauna, that require smoke and fire to seed and propagate. That is part of what we are doing. The Lord Mayor has made a commitment to make Brisbane clean, green and sustainable. This is part of that commitment. And I do note that Councillor Johnson would like, or mentioned that she would like the creeks maintained as well as our bushland tracks and our fire tracks. There's over 5,000 kilometres of creek shoreline across our city. 5,000 kilometres. That's basically from Brisbane to Perth. That's a lot. And we do our maintenance on there. We fund and help Habitat Brisbane to look after those areas. And this is part of our program, our ongoing program, and I know I'm speaking outside my program brief now. This is part of our program to keep our city clean, green and sustainable. So I do want to, I'm more than happy to point Councillor Johnson in the right direction with regard to disaster management and flood preparedness, keeping in mind that, you know, it's not something that happens every day, whereas the risk of fire, especially around areas such in Councillor Adamans' ward, in my ward, to some extent Councillor Wines' ward, is important, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Councillor Johnson claimed to be misrepresented.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Toomey said that he believed the reason I said, I talked about flood management in my speech, was that I was absent from the meeting last week. As I clearly stated in my speech here today, it's because I want Council to learn and apply the same resources for bushfire management to flood management.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those opposed, all those contrary say no. The ayes have it. Move on to our next report. Councillor Howard, Community, Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee.
Deputy Chair, I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Howard, seconded by Councillor Landers, that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. In the interest of time, I won't regale you with all of the wonderful things that have been happening in and around Brisbane in the last week, other than to say that it was a fantastic Homeless Connect event. I saw Councillor Landers, Councillor Toomey and Councillor Cumming there, and I know that there were other councillors there throughout the day. I want to thank all of the volunteers who were there to support our 632 guests, and it was fitting that it was also Volunteer Queensland week last week, and we had the Volunteering Queensland Awards at City Hall. I must mention also that we took the Brisbane Greeters on a boat cruise, and that was in recognition, of course, of their fantastic volunteering. So last week the committee presentation was about the Brisasia Festival, and this year it just gets better and better. And I really commend the Chamber to have a look at the presentation, which will be uploaded after today's meeting, and also, if I can recommend that they look at the Mother's Table videos, which are on SBS and which have been a huge success and truly represent the journey of some of our wonderful refugee families and the important role that they play in Brisbane. So I commend the report to the Chamber, and I'll leave debate for others.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Any debate? No debate. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cunningham, Finance and City Governance Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 17th of May 2022 be adopted.
Seconded.
Moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Atwood, that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday 17 May 2022 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. Our committee presentation last week was from the Chief Financial Officer and provided committee with an overview of rating categories in Brisbane. It's been a topic of discussion in several meetings, and I was happy to provide councillors with the formal briefing from the CFO, and I'll leave comments to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cunningham. Any debate?
Yes,
Councillor
thank
Johnston.
Yes, I just stand to speak briefly on the rating categories before us today, and just make the observation that I think we should be looking at an additional rating category that reflects disaster management. There are a number of people in my ward in 2011 and again in 2022 who've been catastrophically flooded, who are no longer able to live in their homes. Some of them will be permanent and some of them will be certainly a year or so before they can get back into their homes. Meanwhile, they are paying huge levels of rates for services that they cannot use in their own property. So I just think that this council should be looking at an additional rating category for natural disasters, and that would allow us to apply some particular discounts that are reflective of the severity of the natural disaster before us. I know at this point that council is saying no to waiving rates for residents who are affected by the floods. The only thing that council has offered is a $250 discount, which if you're paying rates of, $5,000–6,000 a year in many suburbs that I represent, that would be normal. $250 is not very much. Meanwhile, you may not be able to access your property for a whole year. So I certainly believe that there is more council should be doing when it comes to identifying appropriate rating categories and making sure that they are applied in a sensitive and compassionate way when natural disasters hit. And I think that would require a change of policy at budget time, because we do have to approve all these rating categories. But that's something that I'll certainly pursue further when it comes to the budget. I'd also just like to mention the fact that unfortunately many of the businesses in my area that have been the subject of a SCIP, which is the predecessor Suburban Centre Improvement Project, it's the preceding project name to the Village Precincts projects, that there are businesses in my area that are being charged additional money in addition to their rates to pay for the improvements, and they're being levied on top of their rates, for a decade. Now that's quite unreasonable. That doesn't happen anymore under Village Precincts projects, but the legacy is, particularly in areas like Graceville where there has been a skip, those businesses are paying thousands of dollars a year more in conjunction with their rates for really a footpath upgrade project that council undertook a few years ago. Council policy has changed when it comes to how these levies are added to rates, and I think it needs to look at the former projects under the SCIP, and Graceville wouldn't be the only one. There's probably, I'd say, a good half a dozen legacy projects under the SCIP that should be looked at again to make sure that there is fairness and equity in how these revenue levies are being raised in addition to the rates in these businesses. I think that might be about it.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Any other debate? No further debate. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I have a petition requesting council find a new native floral emblem for Brisbane.
Thank you. Are there any other petitions? No. Councillor Landers, may I have a motion for
Mr.
receipt
Chair,
of the petitions?
I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Sorry. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? None? Are there any matters of general business?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise briefly just to talk about a couple of local events here in the city and also one of my local schools. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd just like to acknowledge that on Friday evening was the 139th anniversary of the Brisbane German Club. And this German club has a very, very strong history, not only with our city, but also with the settlement throughout Queensland. And having connections through the German community with my extended family, I think it was a lovely evening to be there to share. And also, it's indicative of many of the celebrations that many organisations are having across the city, because the event was actually sold out and they had a waiting list. So that is a good sign that so much is returning to normal and people are happy to actually be getting back together and celebrating. I'd also like to acknowledge the Sri Lankan Sports Association of Queensland and their continued fundraising efforts to help others who are in need. And on Saturday night they had their annual dinner dance, and it was wonderful to see that we actually had Misty perform at South Circasia Sports Club, and this is a Sri Lankan band that is travelling the world, and they target all genres of music, and they do any type of music you can think of, and they are absolutely fantastic. They had everybody up and really enjoying themselves for the whole night. But most importantly, again, it did bring people from the Sri Lankan community together to celebrate and to really get engaged back into having functions and celebrations. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd also like to reflect on the students from Polaris State School. These young students came into City Hall yesterday and they had a wonderful time, and it was great to see them here and also to ensure that they got a little bit more of an understanding of how we work in this chamber as well. But they were great ambassadors for their school, they were great ambassadors for our local community, and I would just like to commend them on their behaviour whilst they were here in City Hall, and thank not only the teachers that brought them in, but also the parents and volunteers that came to help, because we always do have that extra need when the schools are having excursions. So I would just like to say that I'm very proud of my students of Polaris State School who came here yesterday, and to all of those community organisations that are currently starting to engage with each other, starting to hold functions. It's great to see that you're back on track, and I look forward to celebrating more events with the many different multicultural and community groups as the year progresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Councillor Cumming.
Thank you, Councillor Maddock. I wish to speak on the performances of current and former LNP councillors who stood in the federal election on Saturday. Firstly, I turn to Councillor Stephen Wang, the councillor for McGregor, appointed back in 2011, who stood for the marginal federal seat of Moreton, held by Labor's Graham Perrott. Now, Moreton has always been one of the most marginal seats in Queensland, but no more. The swing to Labor in Moreton was 8.31%, one of the largest swings in Queensland. After the election, the two-party preferred percentage was 60.34 in Mr Perrott's favour. So I'd like to congratulate Mr Perrott on his magnificent win. Moreton deserves to be a safe seat given the amount of work he puts in. I'd also like to thank Councillor Wang for his efforts in managing to get flogged at the election. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I did notice that Councillor Wang did not use any pictures of the ex-Prime Minister Scott Morrison on his flyer. Not a lot of loyalty there. He did manage to make it into committee or council today, or the last couple of weeks for that matter, but we look forward to congratulating him in person when he finally decides to turn up for his day job. Now, of course, Councillor Owen, who just spoke then, wanted to be the LNP candidate for Moreton, but once again she was rejected by her own party. If I was Councillor Owen, I would be pretty worried about the upcoming council pre-selections. She might get kicked to the curb, especially if she doesn't focus her efforts on making sure kids don't have to ride Ubers to school in Pallara. If I can offer some advice to the LNP, they might want to check the figures, because on my count, Councillor Owen performed better last time in Moreton than Councillor Wang. Maybe she'll be the next Teal Independent in 2025. There's nothing more ex than an ex-councillor, which brings me to LNP poster boy, ex-councillor Julian Simmons, who had been councillor for Walter Taylor from 2010 to 2019 and federal member for Ryan from 2019. Now, Julian did not enter federal parliament without some blood on his hands, having knifed his mentor Jane Prentice in a contested pre-selection battle when he had claimed to be her #1 fan. Cheers to you, Jane. Clearly what goes round comes round in Ryan. Now, Ryan is the bluest of blue Liberal areas. It has only been lost for one term by the Liberal Party since its formation in 1949, some 73 years ago. But Julian was out to prove he could match that. He achieved a 10.82% swing against himself on the primary vote, driving it down to 37.79%. The Green vote was up 10.78 to 31.13, and Labor preferences pushed the Greens over the line. It was bye-bye Julian, and another Liberal councillor bit the dust, 53.27 to 46.8. Julian departs the federal sphere as a lowly oncer. With a bit of time on his hands, perhaps he could add a short epilogue to his Yes, Lord Mayor book. I'm sure everyone's purchased a copy of that, titled Take Me Back, Lord Mayor, Please. Sorry. Now, Councillor Mackay is now all on his own out there, and maybe if things go badly for him, he can go back to his real love of collecting trolleys. In fact, I predict that many LNP councillors will be quaking in their boots. Interestingly, we know that some LNP councillors think that the party should go further to the right, while other LNP councillors want to go to the left. Some want the climate change issue to be resolved, while others want to follow Barnaby and the Nationals' view. And just last week, this LNP Lord Mayor called himself Teal. No loyalty to the Liberal Party there. We saw the Lord Mayor do a tour of losing campaigns over the last week, with Councillor Wang in Moreton, former Councillor Simmons in Ryan, and Trevor Evans in Brisbane. Perhaps his visits were the kiss of death. Bring on 2024.
Is there any other debate? Councillor Johnston.
I'm sorry, my clock's just started at 3:52. Perhaps you could reset that for me? No, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. I rise to speak on the election, and I will be nowhere near as funny as Councillor Cunningham, who did give a very... Cumming. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Councillor Cumming. I will be nowhere near as amusing, but factually correct as Councillor Cumming, and I just want to thank him for brightening up what's been a pretty hectic few weeks for everybody with the election. However, I did want to go on the record. On Saturday night, a number of quite extraordinary things happened in the country. The vote for the major parties significantly declined, and that was both the Liberal Party and the Labor Party. And the Greens vote did rise on a nationwide amount, but not by a huge amount. In fact, almost 40% of people voted for somebody other than the major parties at the election on the weekend. Included within that is a group that has become known as the Teal Independents. Now, I wasn't here last week, but I'm a bit shocked that the Lord Mayor is now claiming to be Teal, because the Teal Independents are independents who represent or are running for formerly safe Liberal Party seats. So maybe, I mean, the Lord Mayor's looking ahead to seeing where they lose the seats, and that perhaps they'll come back as Teal independents next time. But generally, Teal independents are not members of the Liberal Party, and the community that votes for the Teal independents is voting for the Teal independents on the basis that they are not members of the Liberal Party. But I particularly want to place on the record my appreciation for the hard work of particularly of the women who ran as the Teal independents. I've been following their campaigns quite closely, particularly in Victoria. But I do want to acknowledge Sophie Tink in Mackellar, Allegra Spender in Wentworth, Kayla in North Sydney, Kate Cheney in Curtin, Zoe Daniel in Goldstein, and Monique Ryan in Kooyong. They stand on the shoulders of some pretty incredible women who've gone before them, who were equally re-elected, and that is Zali Stegel in Warringah and Helen Haynes in Indi. It has been amazing to watch the transformation of politics over the last month, particularly when it comes to the way in which these women have conducted debate, energised the community, and pushed the agenda on policy issues in Australia. I have had the opportunity to have a bit of a review of what happened, particularly in Kooyong. I mean, most people don't know here because, you know, I don't know, the Lord Mayor likes to stand up and call me Labor every second day, but I actually know Josh quite well. We worked together for many years in Canberra, so I was following the seat of Kooyong pretty closely. Monique Ryan is one of the most singularly impressive women I've ever seen. She is articulate, she is knowledgeable, she cuts through. She will be an extraordinary representative for the people of Kooyong, and I don't doubt that Josh will find his feet and be back at some point in the future. Probably not in Kooyong though, because I think Monique Ryan will hold it for many, many years to come. I know that these women will make a significant contribution to the Parliament over the next term, and I know that if they continue to work with their communities, to be fearless champions of their community, to stand up for their community in Canberra, they will be re-elected, and I certainly wish them every success in the future to make sure that we continue to have these smart, capable women contributing to our federal Parliament. I do want to acknowledge the new Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and acknowledge that his speech on election night was very inclusive. I hope that means that he will work cooperatively with the independents and the minor parties that will be in the Parliament as he establishes and manages the government under his Prime Ministership. His language to date has been very positive in that regard. It stands in stark contrast to the way in which this administration operates here at Council. Every single idea that is put forward by myself, often by Councillor Sri and often by the Labor Party, is derided by the LNP. They are not interested in working collaboratively to ensure that the issues that are important to the community I represent and many others in Brisbane are actually addressed. And that has shown up in the results here in Queensland. 3 seats have been lost by the Liberal Party, Brisbane, Ryan and, 2 by the Liberal Party and 1 by the Labor Party, Griffith. Just with respect to the seat of Ryan, it is really astonishing that a blue ribbon seat like that can be lost to the Greens. In the other parts of the country, it was independents that won. But Julian Simmons was so good at his job, he's managed to turn a safe Liberal Party seat into a Green seat, which is some kind of feat in Queensland, right? Particularly when probably most of the managing directors of the coal industry live in St Lucia or Indrapilly. So it is an extraordinary thing to see Ryan turn green. It's not a surprise to me. The LNP has absolutely stuffed up the management of not only the local area there, but they've failed to recognise the impact that their decisions are having on the community. And I would draw your attention to the article in the paper yesterday talking about the years and years of traffic chaos that are unfolding with the very poorly managed and poorly designed Walter Taylor roundabout, the Moggle Road roundabout upgrade. Council sitting on some sort of secret Walter Taylor Bridge report too, and we don't know what that's going to be. But these are the issues that Councillor Mackay and his good friend, and he was probably running former councillor and former federal member Julian Simmonds' campaign, because he used to be his campaign manager. It'd be really good to know if he was this time as well. But they have got it wrong. And the community has spoken. There are now 2 levels of green in the state seat and the federal seat. I too want to acknowledge Graham Perrott, the federal member for Moreton. Graham's always been massively independent. He started about 5 months before me in 2007. So Graham and I have sort of, grown up in the area together, politically speaking. It is astonishing to see him with a 10% swing and to become what is now known as a safe seat. I know that exceeded his wildest expectations, and I know Councillor Owen sitting over there quietly seething on the inside, I suspect, because she did do better than Councillor Wong. Councillor Wong, who spent his days waving signs on the side of the road, promising money to sporting clubs that will never ever see it. It was a very sad and disappointing campaign in the federal seat of Moreton. It did nothing to advance the issues, and I think that both Councillor Owen and Councillor Wong, the reason that they are not connecting with the community in this area is that they don't understand the issues and that they aren't locals. As much as Councillor Owen would like to think she lived in a share house at Fairfield, that makes her a local, it does not. Finally, for the seat of Griffith, I know this is some of a shock to Councillor Cook, I'm sure, and many other people, because Terry Butler is a very articulate, capable woman, and I know that her loss will be felt in the Labor Party. I admire her humour at the situation she's found herself in. I know she will find her feet. She's a very capable lawyer with a very strong career, and I'm sure that she will be back practising law and helping people in need in the future. I'll just finish by saying that any attempt by the Lord Mayor to imply that somehow this is a teal council, I think is just off the charts weird. Yeah, teal moderate council, no. I mean, maybe the LNP is going to try on taking their logo off their signs. Maybe they're going to try hiding the fact that they're Liberals. I mean, I suspect they're going to be desperately trying to find any strategy they can to save themselves, because the 3 seats that have been lost cover most of their wards. So there are a number of seats now at risk, including Enoggera, Bracken Ridge, the Gap, Moggle, Walter Taylor, Paddington, Central Ward, Councillor Howard.
Councillor Johnston, your time has
Councillor
expired.
Cunningham. Somebody else?
Is there any further debate? There being no further business, I declare the meeting closed.